right, we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by the creator of the Mutilator and the Mutilator 2, Buddy Cooper. It's good to have you back.
Hey, gang.
How
I
you
love
doing?
your intro.
Oh, well, good, yeah.
My girlfriend's here with me, and she was dancing to the music in the background. Kind of took my attention for a second.
Well, that's good. Okay. Hope she's not too much of a distraction for the next,
I hope not. She is, but I'm not going to look.
So last time we had you on, you were just gonna start going to your first convention, and at the time you actually sent me a copy of the original Mutilator because it didn't have the Blu-ray release yet. And I told the story in the show because then like a week later you called me up and you're like, "Can you send that back?" Because it was the only uncut copy you had.
I'm glad you sent it back. I appreciate it.
Yeah, or else we wouldn't have the uncut edition out there. So since over the last, I don't know how long that was, almost not 20 years, but about 15 years probably. What's been like for you for Mutilator getting out there on Blu-ray? Has that really increased like people discovering the movie?
Well, it was released on DVD.
Yeah.
That came out in 2016, and that generated some interest in it from people who knew about it, were aware of it at the time, and from people who were being exposed to it for the first time. And the interest seemed to continue to grow, which is fine with me.
Yeah. Before that, were you aware that people like followed the movie, or what did you think between like when it comes out and then there's not really a copy out there, and then when the DVD gets out? Between that time, like, did you think there was a big following from the Mutilator?
No, I knew that people were aware of it, knew about it, and it had some followers. I think there were more fans than I thought.
Yeah.
And I'm glad of that. I'm glad people like it. I think it was fun for us. It's fun for them.
I wasn't
aside
here
from that, not much is going on. Huh? Say it again.
I was just going to say, I wasn't here last time. How did you even get into this? You did Mutilator. You've got some other credits, but it's mostly like Mutilator is there. Where did this even come from for you?
Where did the idea come from?
Yeah, how did this even come up for you to become a filmmaker and a writer of this story?
I grew up in the movies. I always wanted to make movies. That was when it came out. It got waylaid along the way. It took me a while to get there, but yeah, it had to be done. Had to get it out.
Now, you said you grew up in movies. Were you always a horror movie fan? Like, why did you decide, like, I want to make a horror movie?
Well, the first movies I went to see, my dad took my older sister and me to a doubleheader at a drive-in theater he had an interest in. And the doubleheader was Wolfman, Lon Chaney Jr., and Dracula, Bela Lugosi.
Wow.
And I couldn't go to sleep that night. I knew the Wolfman was in my closet, going to come out and get me. And my sister had a way of holding her lips so that nothing showed but the tips of her canines. She scared the pee out of me doing that. I was 4, 5, 6, maybe longer than that, 5, I guess. And just went to the movies. I was pretty much on my own all the way, and I kept going to movies every chance I got. This is before television now, so we'd be lined up for the Saturday afternoon doubleheader matinee.
Wow.
Bowery Boys and Gene Autry or some of that. It was good. It was a lot of fun. And lived in the movies, watched them, grew up with them, wanted to be part of it. And not much happened. Now I went to AFI after it came out. I don't know if you know that. Went to AFI and spent 6.5 years in LA chasing a career, which got away from me and came home.
Wow.
And that's my story for the past how many years it was since it came out. Not quite 10.
What was your experience like being at AFI? I can only imagine how wonderful that would be.
It was really good. I recommend AFI to anybody who's considering film school. get in now. You do it all in 1 year. It's 100% movies. It's not a course semester. It's all day, every day, and you make student films, write, direct, produce. You work with SAG actors and people who know what they're doing. Everybody there's experienced to begin with, and you're just learning more. But it's the only way to fly. I swear, AFI. That's not a bad slogan, is it?
So, for people who don't know, the original name for the Mutilator is Fall Break, and the song is played throughout the movie at various times. Which came first, though, the name of the movie or the song? Was that song written for your movie, or was it a song that was already around?
The title Fall Break preceded the song Fall Break. Is that the question?
Yeah.
Fall break in Eastern North Carolina, when you get a break from college in the fall, it's called fall break. It's something else now. And spring break was always spring break, which was going to be the sequel if it happened.
Oh, interesting.
And I was thinking not only explains the kids being out of school, but fall and break, kind of a spooky thing. And I took it to the guy who was distributing it for us in New York City. I can't remember Marvin. I can't remember his last name right now. And he said, "Well, buddy, we need an ad campaign." I said, "I got one." I got a trailer, got posters, got newspaper slicks. I want to see all of it. Had the theme song, and I showed it to him. He said, "Bud, I hate to tell you this is shit, top to bottom." So we threw out all the fall break stuff. I still got it, but I mean, we took it off stage and went to an advertising firm around the corner, Diener Hauser Bates, and they came up with the title and the idea for the poster and that great tagline, and that's it. So that's how that happened.
Yeah. So the song, was it written specifically for the movie?
Oh yeah, Michael Menard was the composer. He's a genius. He's going on. He does. I think he's mostly retired now, but he did orchestrations and he does chorales now every Christmas. He's got one I haven't listened to yet. He knew what we wanted. He had a friend who wrote the lyrics to "Under the Boardwalk." You might remember that one.
Oh yeah.
And he said, "I need a little help with these lyrics." So they got together and wrote the lyrics, but Michael Menard wrote the music. And I was there when we recorded it in the recording studio. And if you buy my 45, you can read the label, and it has my name on there. It's one of the breakers. I forgot.
That's wild.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
My part was this.
you were excellent at it. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to sing "We're Going On" until a professional guy happened to wander through the studio, and Mike Menard says, "Come here, man." And then went my big shot as a rock star.
Yeah.
So that if that is in the Mutilator, if we hear this, we know that's you.
No, that's Queen. You hear it.
Corziam says hello from France.
France.
Yeah. We've got a
one
here saying hello. Jamie Hill says hello. Dean says hello. Yeah.
A lot of people here.
Yeah, we've
Jamie
got
Hill's very nice.
And where does Dean live? Dean's in, I never remember.
Dean's in England, yeah, and Jamie's in Canada. So people are watching worldwide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At any rate.
I don't know if you realize this, but you probably know, but the Tubi version is Fall Break. It has the Fall Break name at the beginning. Yeah.
Oh.
I've seen some old copies that are around here and there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but this is
that was it.
That's really interesting. How did you feel about the name The Mutilator? Obviously, it's not like a running through the fields with flowers movie, but it's a huge departure from Fall Break.
Yeah.
It's a huge what?
It's a huge difference between Fall Break.
Yeah,
the way that sounds.
Yeah. I liked it. I like the name. I like it better than Fall Break, especially since somebody took spring break and made a movie out of. I don't get it. Mutilator 2 is okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, a big difference I think between the Mutilator and some other slasher movies, you know who the killer is like right away. You know, Big Ed is the killer. So,
Yeah.
what was the thought process there? Like, I'm just going to show you this is the killer of the movie, and we get his backstory right away.
There's no conscious thought process. That's just the way it happened when I was writing it. I'm sorry, that's the way it was.
Yeah,
It
no,
came
I
out
like.
that way.
Yeah,
Well, you
Gage, wanna-
mentioned Dracula and Wolfman, and they're there from the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Here they are. So I wonder if that's part of that, because obviously those movies have stood the test of time, and knowing who they were from the beginning did not hurt them at all.
Okay.
Mhm.
How about the cabin you shot it in? And was all that stuff already in there? Like the weird, like the fish hook, the fish on the wall, like were things already?
No. That was a condo I owned at the beach, and all that stuff in there, almost all of it, was on loan from friends and taxidermists and a fishing tackle shop and like that. Most of them are in the credits. Thank you twos.
Yeah.
It's a big blue marlin on the wall. I mean, those things
Yeah.
are hard to come by.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe it was just happened to be there as a lucky accident. But yeah, you went and found all this stuff. Now, did you know the cast beforehand, or?
I knew Ben Moore, who played the deputy who got decapitated. And I knew the policeman at the end who lost a leg, John Bodie, my pal from law school. And I knew Fred Tillery. I knew some of the minor cats. Fred Tillery was the shop owner that sold the beer at a discount. And I knew some of the lesser roles, but the cast, the big six, I didn't know any of those before the movie. No.
Mm-hmm. By the way, you mentioned
And I
the
didn't know Jack Chatham
decapitation,
before the
and
movie.
we are the station of decapitation. I have to say, there is a great decapitation in the Mutilator. Great beheading in the film. Craig Lindbergh wants to know. He had a different question here. Was there any concerns about the response from the critics of the violence and the ratings?
Not so much from the critics. I don't particularly care too much about the critics, especially the ones who don't like it. Somebody said, my quote, if I can get it right. People are here to teach the artists, and the artists are here to teach the critics. So there. I wasn't bothered by it. The MPAA bothered me. They thought it was too much, and they wouldn't give us a rating. And so we opened in a few cities unrated and did well. Made it to number 13 on Variety's weekly chart of top grossing films. Stayed on the chart for 6 weeks. I was pretty proud of that. And then to get out, when we left New York and LA and one or two other places, we had to couldn't get bookings because the theaters are off CPI. Never mind. They didn't want it. And where occasionally we would get a booking, the radio and the media wouldn't run ads. So it was hard. It was, so I was forced to go back to the MPAA and cut it for an R rating. And at that point, it was not particularly interesting. Got all the ticket sales out of the way.
Now, did they have specific things they asked you to cut, or did they just give you like a blanket statement? It's too violent.
That was a really bad experience. They would not give us anything to go by. They said, go cut it and bring it back. And which I did a couple of times. And I went to one of the screenings. The audience was made up of volunteers from the local PTA association. And they were led by the nose through the meeting by a couple of young employees of the MPAA. And they wanted us to cut so much they insisted that we cut a shot that didn't exist. It was there's a place where a flounder gig goes through Ralph's neck and shows that the backside. It was simply movie magic. We did it backwards and ran it, and then cut to the dummy with the prongs come out of the back of the neck. Had to get the editor on the telephone with this woman at MPAA to make her believe that that shot she wanted cut didn't exist. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
It was terrible. If it was red, get rid of it.
I've heard
We had
this
to
a
change
few
the poster.
times.
We had to change the
Really?
poster because they wouldn't allow dead people with their eyes open. They wouldn't allow a dead police officer to be shown.
Mm-hmm.
So we took his badge off and gave him a gun belt. I don't remember what else was wrong with the poster, but they didn't like the poster either. Oh, all the blood and the railroad spikes in the wall behind the people. See, all that had to go. I have rated and unrated. If anybody wants a poster, go on our website and leave a mailing address. I'll send it in.
What is the poster, by the way?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Huh?
What is the website, by the way? What's
The
your
website?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have a website. We got hacked
Oh.
about a year ago, and it came down. Right now, we're on Facebook.
Right.
You can Google Mutilator, it'll pop up.
Yeah. What were you about to say, Annabelle? Sorry.
I had a couple thoughts. One of them was about how there have been more than several people who've come on the show who had the same complaint. You know, we have horror filmmakers that they'll have these test screenings, and the people that go are not horror fans. It's people that would never pay to see the movie. So why are you testing it with people that wouldn't want to watch it anyways?
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because I had some of those screenings and didn't get any interest. And I always thought the movie was better than that. I wound up, showed it to a sub distributor in New York. And he came with his assistant, and they ate lunch while they watched it, just two of them in the back of the road. And we got through, they were smiling and laughing. He said, "Buddy, can you come by my office this afternoon at 4:00? Yeah, I'll be there." And so that explains a lot to me. Yeah. At least I'll think of it that way from now on.
Absolutely.
I watched it again for this interview. I've seen it before, but not just because you're here, but it really holds up. The gore is great in the movie. Great kills. Yeah. And there's a great scene with a fish hook with a girl, which is very graphic. And how many different versions of that? Because I was kind of trying to do some research, and I guess it's been cut down like by 20 seconds, 7 seconds, different cuts. Is that the scene that's been cut the most?
Neal, they were all cut. They were all cut.
Okay.
I'm sure that one's gone. There are only two versions, rated and unrated. R-rated and unrated, yeah.
Yeah. But
who was it? Unrated is redder.
Yeah. Yeah. It honestly, for 80 slashers fans out there, slasher fans in general, great kills in the Mutilator. And I also think that the main guy is a really good actor too, who plays the killer. Big Ed.
He's very intimidating. He's genuinely scary. I feel like sometimes there are killers who they're great, but they're such cartoons. Like they're so out there that they're fun to watch, but I would to me that they're scary. This could be like a real person.
Yeah. I often wonder how much violence in the media contributes to violence in the real world. And it bothers me.
Yeah.
And when you get a chance to see Mutilator 2, you'll see how I chose to personally deal with it in a small way.
Interesting. It's a question that I think a lot of people have, because of course we enjoy horror and we watch it, and we're, hopefully most of us are not out there being violent.
Yeah, it's supposed to be not real. It's supposed to
Yeah.
be fun, entertaining. We all know it's not real. We all know it's not a joke. We all know we don't really act this way,
Yeah.
except not all of us know that.
Yeah.
Anyhow, yeah.
Well, you brought up part 2. So when did the idea to do a sequel come about? I know originally you had Spring Break, but like
1983.
right.
Well,
But I
you'd said
assume
you
that-
already thought about having Spring Break, so it was in the
Yeah.
works right away.
I had no money
Yeah.
or time at the time, and things got away. And those of us who formed friendships and stayed in touch after that movie through the years, through the decades, have talked about it off and on. We always wanted to do it. And finally, I just reached that point where a lot of other things which had been in the way had been moved aside, and it was time. And then came the pandemic and put it in familiar year. So,
yeah. A lot of people have this same, unfortunately, same experience with the pandemic. But I assume though the sequel you made is a lot different than what the sequel you had planned in 1983.
yeah. Didn't really have one planned in 83. Just the idea that we were kicking around ideas on the last day of the shoot. That Big Ed coming out of a armoire in a hospital room or something. I don't know. And we were joking and having a good time with it. There was never a real plan until 1920, long in there.
And you mentioned that in your sequel, like there is like talks about the media. So can you explain a little bit of what the sequel is about?
A very little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't want spoilers, but yeah.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, one thing I wanted, well, I was limited to same location, which I liked because it's a family place. We owned it. And you just take it. It's a motel Fisher Pier. I get free rooms, got a couple of meals, get free locations and all that. So that was a big factor. And it fit well as a sequel with the first one, which was shot at the same place. And I wanted to bring back some of the main characters from the first one, because we all stayed in touch. We were close. We all wanted to do it. And Ben Moore, the deputy, had died. Connie Rogers, who played Sue, died just a few weeks before. In fact, I have her on a release, and then the pandemic came, then she died. That left Matt and Francis, and they insisted on it being a SAG movie. I wasn't going to do that. And that left Bill and Ruthie, who have stood by me through the years. Bill lived about a mile from where I live. And so I wanted those people to be in it. And it occurred to me that a remake with a rap party, bring the old folks in, and be a good setting for more mayhem.
Well,
Yeah,
because I've noticed that there's a character who plays himself, I think, and then Terry Kaiser is credited as Jack Chatham, who is Big Ed in the first one. So is it
Jack? I talked with Jack in around 18, and he was on board. He was worried about it. He was getting on up there, but he was going to. And then after the pandemic, when we were going to do it, he said he couldn't do it. He just had his 96th birthday a few weeks ago.
Wow.
And he said, I just can't do it, but I would like to come visit the set one day just to watch the shoot. I said, come on. He has a couple of nieces who help him. And one of his nieces and her husband brought Jack to the set one day. And we were shooting a breakfast scene in the Oceana Pier House restaurant that day. Jack came in, we put Jack in the background, facing the camera, And in that scene, for no reason, there's a picture of a guy sitting in a restaurant, and it's Jack Chatham. I
That's
said, Jack, you
wonderful.
can come to the set. If you come, we're going to put you in the movie. And
I
he
love
came, and we did. It was
Aw.
really good seeing Jack. I understand he wanders a lot now, but it was a touching moment for both of us.
Yeah.
When he said goodbye, he was going to stay another day, but he said, "I need to go." He was going.
Yeah.
His wife at the time was even worse than he was, and so
That's wonderful that happened.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
And how did you originally cast Jack? Because as we were saying, Jack is really good in the original Mutilator.
Jack lives in Greensboro, North Carolina. We were getting ready to shoot. He said, "Buddy, what kind of guy is this? How do I do? What am I supposed to do? Tell me about the guy." I said, "He is one mean son of a bitch," and that's the only direction I gave to Jack Chatham. The rest of it is pure Jack Chatham.
Well, he did a wonderful job.
He did.
He quoted me on that once or twice. I said, "Yeah, that's right. I remember." We were standing outside the set. I remember. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's just I also wanted to mention the first movie has a great gore, as I said. Who is in charge of the effects in the Mutilator?
Shostrom. I can't remember. We call him Papa. I can't remember his first name now. Papa Shostrom.
Hmm.
Jack. Not Jack. I can't remember. He went on to a successful career. He did special effects for Clint Eastwood.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of that guy.
He did a really good job. Ed Farrell, lifelong friend, I met on this set, on this shoot. Started out as third man in the special effects room. The middle guy was Chow. His last name was Chow. I think he's out of the business. Ed went on to he worked in every department on the Mutilator. He loved the movie. And when we went to New York to cut it, he was third guy in the editing room, moved up to assistant editor, assistant sound editor, went on as a career as an editor in New York City.
Hmm.
And he was in the special effects team, and he was good. He's still good. He loved special effects.
Yeah. Now I saw Joe Castro is involved in the effects on Mutilator 2.
I think that's his name, yeah.
Yeah. What was the experience like with Joe Castro?
What's the next question?
All right. Okay. Fair enough. So the sequel, what are the plans to get it out there? Are you gonna do festivals, or are you gonna have a physical release, or don't you know yet?
I'm hoping to generate enough buzz to attract the interest of some distributors. Right now, we're talking to some people, and we're getting some good reviews, posting them on the Facebook page, and a lot of favorable comments and people giving them thumbs up. But every fourth or fifth person says, "When are we going to get to see it? When's it going to be released?" I don't know. Looking.
Because there's a lot of things going for people because I think it's people who grew up with 80s slashers. I think slashers have really made a comeback. People love the slasher movies, and people also love movies they grew up with. And the idea of a sequel 40 years later, because actually next year is the 40th anniversary, I believe, of Mutilator, which is a couple days from now. It's not really next year; it's like 3 days from now. And so there's a lot of things going there that I think will have a lot of interest and people will want to see it.
I hear some running. I think it's noise in the hotel here.
All right, there's people running around.
You hear that?
That's fine. Yeah.
Maybe it's one of the fans. Say it again.
There may be a review coming to Without Your Head, from what I understand.
I'm gonna go out in that hall and tell them to be quiet. Y'all hear that?
No, is it people out there talking?
It's over now.
Maybe it's not Big Ed. Yeah.
Wish I'd have taped it. We could use that in the movie.
So speaking of I was going to say, speaking of fans, we have Dave. His nickname is Dave Deadman, and he's there reminiscing. He still owns a copy of Mutilator on VHS, and that he considers it a treasure item. It's a classic box cover art.
I get asked for those. I think it would be something to hang on to. I have one somewhere. I'm not sure I can find it right now, but I know I have one. And people ask, where can I get one? eBay, the only place I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Who did the logo for Mutilator 2? Because I have them both here on the screen, and I really like it. You're incorporating the hook, and it still looks like the original one. I like it.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that because I did the logo.
All
I
right.
borrowed a lot. I borrowed a lot from the first one, but
Yeah.
I didn't. I did the added the hook for the 2, and had the
that.
blood run down over my name to protect the innocent.
I love it.
Craig Lindbergh. Oh, go on, sorry.
Excuse me. I was going to say that's a big part of the poster, which I wound up with 3 or 4 parts. I can't remember now. Different files. And I took them to Becky McMillan at the print shop at Atlantic Beach. I said, put these together for me. She put them together. She made the poster. She did a great job. What, you were going to ask me something before I stepped on your line.
No, it's totally fine. As Craig Lindbergh, he wants to know, will you do any conventions to promote Mutilator 2?
We approached Mad Monster in North Carolina recently, and they were hesitant, and we needed to move on. So we're not going there. We're talking to at least 2 conventions right now. One is in Philadelphia. I've forgotten where the other one is. And got Carl Grasso, one of the actors in Mutilator 2, is looking into that.
Oh,
the actors, yeah, we plan to.
Yes.
Everybody wants to be able to stay and watch television. Everybody else wants to get signed autographs.
Yeah, right. But no, I think it would be a good fit for a convention because convention goers are big fans of slasher genre, especially. So I think it would be a good fit.
We've been to a few, and the fans really appreciate it, and we really have a good time with the fans. We did that the drive-in in Pennsylvania. I forget where it is now. They do a thing every year. I can't remember the name. Sorry.
No, that sounds fun. A drive-in one, yeah.
It does.
So, how did How did you get Terry Kaiser involved? That's very fun casting.
The producers, Ann Hale and Jeff Seaman, were friends with Damian Maffey. They said we'd hire you Damon. So I knew Damon. I had seen some of his movies. And I said, yeah, we get Damon. And Damon said he's friends with Terry Kaiser. And said Terry Kaiser would play a great Jack Chatham. And I showed me some pictures, and he looked kind of like Jack Chatham. I said, okay, we got Terry. That's how we got him. He's a friend of a friend of a friend. And now he's my friend.
Yeah.
We exchanged text just a few days ago.
It sounds like these movies have made such great relationships. It seems like you just have wonderful experiences.
You spend time with people and get to know them. I am currently on vacation in Vail, Colorado, and Terry lives in Colorado. And so he sent me a Merry Christmas text, and I texted him back. I couldn't resist Merry Terry Christmas, and told him that I was coming to Colorado and I wouldn't come in on his turf without letting him know in advance. He said, I appreciate you. He's over there somewhere, and not near us, but around something on the west side of the mountains, he said, which means something to somebody, I guess.
Skiers probably know.
Are you skiing up there?
Tomorrow. Today we explored the hotel, took advantage of some of the amenities, among which we're getting booted up and skied up, and we bought our lift tickets, and tomorrow we're going to hit the slopes. Tomorrow morning. Not too early, but in the morning.
Yeah. Annabelle and I went to see. Go on, sorry. I was going to say we went to see The Shining the other day, and I was just hoping it's not the Overlook Hotel. But go on.
I didn't. Y'all are talking at the same time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mine was pointless. We'll get with Annabelle's. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask if you are a lifelong skier.
Yeah, I started late in life, but I've skied for a long time, although I haven't skied lately. I was not long ago sitting in a coffee shop with my girlfriend talking about going skiing. And I said, yeah, I've got skis. She said, no, yours are too old. And a second later, she said, are they wood? I said, oh, man, I almost fell out of the seat. I have skied in the past. As our children were coming up, we took trips as families and skied a lot. And then they got off to college, and so did other people's children. And we went a few times after that, but I haven't been skiing in a long time, probably 20 years.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
I don't want to get ahead of yourself, but will we see now you made Mutilator 2? Do you have any desire to do a Mutilator 3?
Oh, yeah. I do have desire. I don't have money, but I got the desire.
A lot of people doing the crowdfunding Kickstarter things, and they're doing really well with them.
Yeah, I've contributed to some of them. The budgets, the budget of Mutilator 3 would be more than the Kickstarter fund would come up with, I think.
Yeah. Big plans.
So, another 40 years down the road, who knows? I might come up with number 3.
Yeah, 2066 and 2063.
Things going to be a lot hot on them, but maybe the drive-in theaters will come back into vogue.
Yeah, who would have thought they would have come back? They came back during the pandemic, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, around our area, people, because people couldn't go to the movie theaters, they set up like inflatable screens and people were doing drive-ins. It's been great.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, COVID horrible, and during COVID, there was a lot of human creativity just to keep sane and to keep connected. Yeah.
I stayed indoors.
I haven't seen Mutilator 2 yet, but some of the reviews have said it's one here it came from Hollywood Slashers, a Mad Magazine slasher movie parody. So I assume there's some comedy involved in Mutilator 2.
That would be a reasonable assumption.
Well, I hope so, or else it's maybe not the greatest review if he says that. Yeah.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance to see it soon.
Yes, yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. And so people can follow on the Facebook and see where it goes from here. And we'll keep people updated, and you let us know, when the movie's released and how people can check it out.
Okay, I will.
Because when you put out Mutilator, it's just the beginning of VHS and then DVDs. Now it's a whole new world. You got the all these streaming platforms.
I don't know anything about it. I'm learning as I go along.
Oh, I was going to ask,
I had to look up SVOD, see what that was.
Fortunately, the internet also provides answers.
Yeah. To everything instantly.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
I was going to ask, so you have children, what do they think of these movies?
Well, my son played young Ed in the Mutilator, the boy Ed who shoots his mother.
Yes.
And my daughter, well, I won't tell you what she does, but she has a nice role in Mutilator 2. They think their dad is a nut of some sort. But as long as he's out there playing games, we go play too. They're
great.
Okay. They are really good people.
That's great.
How about any merchandise? Mutilator t-shirts, Mutilator 2 t-shirts.
I do have some Mutilator 2 t-shirts. I
saw you have a nice hat on your Facebook.
It said they come in either cast or crew. You can take what you want. I don't have a price on those yet. We take them to the conventions we've been to. I think I get $20 for each one, which is not too much, I don't think.
It's not. That's very reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would totally wear one.
Yeah. And everybody send me a message on Facebook if you want a t-shirt. I'll send an invoice. We'll give it to you.
Yeah. I like that.
What
so, you're going.
I was going to ask, so you've made these stories. You had downtime from making movies, but did you keep making stories or wanting to make stories and other creative things?
You're very good at this, aren't you? I have, by years, on my computer, under the general folder of annual projects, each year with several ideas under each one. Stanford, yeah, I don't know, probably got 50 or 60
Wow.
up there floating around.
So it's always been in you to keep creating. It's just the matter of time.
Well, yeah, but I haven't devoted any time to it. I just make a note of the idea so that in my old age I can come back and diddle with them.
A lot of people don't go that far, so it's there.
Yeah, it's something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an idea. Came across my friend Ed I was talking about earlier, who was in the special makeup effects and editing. Had an idea a couple of years ago, which we kicked around, and somehow a few weeks ago stumbled across it. I said, a couple of months ago, so we kicked it around some more.
Mm-hmm.
His slant on the story is very different than mine.
Oh.
But he wrote a short film screenplay, and it's good. It's really good. I have to get to him.
Would he make a
He
short
wouldn't let
film?
me take it and run with it, but maybe he will later.
Yeah, because that's a big thing that's coming out now is people doing these professional quality short films, and so many wonderful film festivals out there to do shorts.
He's good. I hope he makes it.
I hope so too. That would be really interesting.
Yeah. And do you still watch new horror movies?
Yeah, I don't watch movies very much at all. My hearing got so bad I couldn't get any of the sound.
Mm-hmm.
Although now I have hearing aids with Bluetooth, so if I can get it on a computer, I can watch it. But I haven't watched many lately. I watched some of the Soska Sisters stuff.
Mm-hmm.
American Marriage is still one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
I've watched some of these some shorter films that were made in North Carolina. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm behind on my movie watching. I'll get caught up.
No, that's cool though. Yeah. Maybe you can do something with the Soska twins at some point.
Say it again.
I said maybe you can make something with the Soska twins at some point, either be in one of their movies or you
I'd
can
like
do
that. In fact, they suggested one of the kills in the Mutilator 2, and we showed that at the at Joe Bob Briggs Drive-In
Oh, wow.
in October. And
So
when that kill took, huh?
Go ahead. You go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
When the kill that the Soska sisters suggested happened on the screen, the crowd loved it. They whistled and cheered and applauded. Those girls, they come up with some stuff, no man.
Yeah. I was going to ask, how did you get connected with them to begin with?
I think my producer, Jeff Seaman, took care of that. He knew somebody who knew the application process, and there's a submission process. You submit your thing, and they screen them. Fortunately for me, Joe Bob was a big fan of Mutilator. I found out later. Mm-hmm. And I was selected, and I was awarded a hubby, his annual award, the hubby. You familiar with that?
That is, that's wonderful. Wow.
There's a
lot of movies out there to choose, but you made it.
He gave a really good introduction to the Mutilator 2. He's had some good things to say about Mutilator 1, and after the screening, invited me up on the stage. I was awarded that award and got to talk to Joe Bob a little bit. It was a really good time.
Yeah,
that's
the
awesome.
crowd seemed to love it. They had 5 screens, I think, showing the picture all at the same time. That was a treat for me looking around. And there were about 1,000 people there, and they liked it. They liked it a lot. They loved it. They applauded. When I got up on the stage, they laughed at my jokes. What can I say? I'm in a hotel room, and to get the right altitude on the flight here, I'm using pillows and the pillow that's sinking a little bit in the background, so I have to keep adjusting. Okay.
We appreciate you taking the time to do this while you're on vacation.
Yes, I want you to know that I passed up free champagne to be here tonight.
Oh, wow.
You did?
Yeah,
Well, thank
but they're going to
you.
offer it again tomorrow night, so I'll catch up
Okay.
tomorrow night.
All right. Well, we really appreciate it. And we won't keep you too long, so maybe you can still get some free champagne.
Maybe. I expect it's all gone. It's getting pretty thirsty up here.
Yeah, free anything won't last very long. So meeting Joe Bob, that must have been a cool experience. Did you follow him before? I assume you followed Joe Bob before meeting him.
Yeah. In fact, his column used to appear in the local paper, well, not the local paper, but the Eastern North Carolina paper, the News and Observer. And I used to read it on Sundays, every Sunday. And then one Sunday it wasn't there, and the next Sunday it wasn't there either. And I thought he'd telling the story to Joe, up on Joe Bob on the stage, and he said, "Yeah, I had a lot of that." Guy's quick-witted. And I had lost track of him completely after that. Somebody would tell me they'd heard Joe Bob did this or Joe Bob did that, and then come find out he's on the internet. And there he is. He's back. He never went away.
Yeah.
He didn't. He lived longer than the newspapers. That's a lot of.
Yep. Well, I was talking
yeah,
about.
But answer your question, yes, I followed him up before.
Yeah. Well, kind of like what I was saying earlier, keeping up with from VHS to DVDs and now streaming. Joe Bob had to do the same thing from local, cable shows to pay cable, and now he's on a streaming network on Shudder. So he had to keep up with the times himself. So you said people can get in touch with you on your Facebook. Is that the best place for people to contact you? And they can also follow. They can also follow Mutilator on Facebook.
If they go to the Mutilator Facebook page, that's mostly Mutilator 2 information now. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. I see someone introducing themselves as Eric. I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong. Chelgard. Do you know this person? They're very. Here I am. So I don't know if you know them.
Iceland. That'd be from Iceland. Or maybe Sweden.
It's a really international show here for Buddy Cooper.
Offend as many people as you can.
Along those lines, though, are there a lot of different poster arts for Mutilator in different countries? Are they
poster
all the
art,
same?
man, not right this time. I wish I had enough demand and enough resistance to call it with a new poster, but no, yeah. Got the one poster which is on the internet. If you haven't seen it, girl tied to a piling on the pier, yeah. Young woman.
You had a hard time getting distributed in America, but what about overseas? Because I know there are places that it's pretty strict outside of the U.S.
A Mutilator 1.
Yeah.
It was banned somewhere. Banned in a couple of places. I can't remember where. I don't remember where, but it was banned here and there. It got around to 26 territories, so it got around. It was popular in the UK and Western Europe.
It says a lot. Not everybody has some film that's known worldwide. And then for you to bring the second one in, like you said, there was 5 screens, 1,000 people. That's amazing. What is that like for you?
It felt good. It felt really good. I liked it a lot. What can I say?
Craig wants to know, how has distribution changed from when you put out Mutilator to today with Mutilator 2?
When Mutilator 1 came out, the country was divided into territories. Territories were pictures in the territories were handled by sub-distributors. So a distributor wanted to distribute in Southeast. They'd call what's the guy's name? They said things. They had their own system going, but there were multiple copies. You'd have hundreds. Some pictures had hundreds of copies all out in circulation. If you're going to hit couple hundred theaters countrywide, you need a couple hundred prints because each theater used a 35 millimeter print, physical print. And it's not like that anymore. We're going to get somebody that shots a picture, you send them an email address, they click on it, and they're watching the movie.
Mhm.
It's a big difference. I got a couple of hard drives with movies on it, and as far as I know, it doesn't exist anywhere else. It's not like we're copying that. They moved around, stolen, bought. I still have about 60 copies at home in the utility room, gathering dust.
What does your girlfriend think about these movies? You mentioned you've got a girlfriend.
I do.
What does she think?
She sitting right there looking at her shoulder. I can't tell if she's laughing or yawning. Something going on. She's not against it. She's okay that I'm trying to make movies. She didn't offer to appear in one of them yet. And when you see the new logo, when you see Mutilator 2, the new logo, OK Productions, there's a bony hand up there. It's bone. It's an X-ray, and it's her hand on the X-ray.
Is that on there?
It's my poster.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta tell you, I like the poster. It's a good poster.
It's a great poster. It's perfect. I think it's perfect because I think there's so much 80s nostalgia, and they don't always nail that feel. But that seems like it's just so perfect.
Well, I think it suggests a lot without really revealing anything. And it's kind of an eerie mood that we were set up to take the shot that night. And Eva Hamilton, the actress, was walking by. I pinched her bathrobe. It was cold. She wrapped in a terry bathrobe. I pulled her over, and they had set up a screen for me to view each shot. And I said, "You see this?" I said, "It's going to be the prettiest shot in the whole movie." And it was. And she got in there, got all stroked up, and it's the prettiest shot in the whole movie. And that shot is right out of the movie.
Wow.
So,
nice.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Makes a good poster, I think.
Yeah. Wow.
What was the editing process like? Because again, that's going to be very different from 1983.
The editing process?
Editing a movie today has to be a lot different from when you were editing a movie in 1983.
Yeah, we were editing 35 millimeter film, answer prints, not the negative, but an answer print. And we had Steenbeck machines with big reels up on the decks, and they would rotate and thread it through like a projector thread needed. Mechanism needs threading. With pedals, you go forward and back. They would need to take that scene out and physically cut the film to remove it, and then tape. You'd use tape because you never knew what you were going to undo in the editing room. Tape them together, tape the ends together, and you'd lose a frame when you cut because you had to cut a frame.
Yeah.
So you had to be careful about what you were doing. If you lift them, you'd have to call the lab. So we would need another 6 inches of this from this number to that number, and they'd run it for you. And today it's not like that. You sit next to the guy, Robert Newton in this case, and Robert will have put some sort of cut together, and you go through, and he's taking the broad strokes, and you go through with him and make the fine strokes. That scene's a little bit too long. Take about 2 frames out, and that's it right there. And it's done. It's just as fast as it takes to tell it. It happens. There's very little. Well, the basics of it are the same. You got light coming into a camera to make the image, and you're manipulating the image to get the desired result, whatever that happens to be. But the techniques of getting it done have changed tremendously. Just no comparison. Cutting film versus touching a keyboard. That's no comparison. Well, I guess I'll see y'all later. Wait a minute, I was sharpening my teeth. I didn't do that. Big difference.
Yeah.
Do you miss anything from the way film was made in the past?
Well, I get homesick for that set with those big heavy lights and big heavy cameras and all these guys around tripping over cables and stuff. Yeah, those were the days. I'm glad that I got to make a movie before Transistor took over, or whatever was in charge.
Mhm.
Yeah, I miss him. But I've been on a set with modern technical equipment also. And there's a lot to be said for it. Smaller lights, smaller cameras, move more quickly. See what you got right then. You don't have to wait till the next day to see if anything, if the lens was if the cap was on the lens or something.
Mhm.
And I don't like that, we'll do it again. You see it right then. Don't have to. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need more of that. It's done. Let's move on and do something else. Yeah. Hard to beat today's technology.
Yeah.
When you were editing,
School.
the original Mutilator to get, to cut it down for the MPAA, some movies, they lose all that stuff and then there is no unrated version. But you guys must have kept it, so you had the two different versions.
I kept an unrated version for myself, uncut. I don't know where it is. It got lost through the years somehow. Somebody broke into my storage room and may have took some things. They may have taken that. By chance, just grabbed the wrong can or the right can. Of course, it's all digitized now. To answer your question,
yeah. But in the 80s, before stuff was digitized, sometimes when they would edit, because sometimes a movie say it was really edited down, and then people ask, well, why don't they just put out an unedited version? But they didn't keep the stuff that they edited out because they just cut it out and basically threw it away.
Okay, that woke me up a little bit. There are two versions of the negatives. I have the negatives in my apartment. The stack of cans for the rated version and a stack of cans for the unrated version. Yes, there are two versions.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I'm unaware of any prints that are out there.
Mhm.
But the other version, VHS is out there.
And you said you have a bunch of copies of the VHS. If they go for a lot, you could always maybe
No,
put those on.
I have copies of the 35 millimeter release prints.
Yeah.
They weigh about 200 pounds.
Is it? Yeah.
Maybe-
Wow.
Maybe 100 pounds, huh? I don't know how much they weigh. 40, let's say 40 pounds. Four
That's
reels to
a
a
lot
can.
more than a VHS.
Yeah.
Or a thumb drive.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe that's how you could finance part 3, is if you sell the old film of the original. I don't know.
Okay, folks, send your address to me on Facebook, and I will send you an invoice, and I will ship a 35 millimeter print of the Mutilator to you, presuming that the roaches haven't eaten it yet.
All right, and no free shipping on that. And I realize shipping's very high nowadays, so it's going to be quite a bit. Well, this is really fun to catch up with you, and we're looking forward to seeing Mutilator 2, and it would be fun to talk to you again after we've seen it and more people have seen it, so we can talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, because it sounds.
I'm
great.
available.
Yeah, that would be wonderful.
I look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah,
All right.
getting the
Annabelle-
little hints about what it's going to be, and you not being able to talk about it. I would love to be able to talk to you about it after you're able to.
Okay, let's set that up.
All
Annabelle,
right.
it's a pleasure meeting you. I still love your name. That's a great name.
Thank you very much.
Neal, thank you for having me on.
Of course. Thank you for doing it.
See y'all later.
See you.
All right,
And
take
enjoy
care, buddy.
the rest
Enjoy
of your
skiing.
vacation. Yep.
Enjoy the slopes.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
All right. I'll remove you out of here. So
All right.
it's easy.
Bye for now.
Bye for now. We'll talk to you soon. Oh, he knew how to do it. All right. We're gonna play a tune. I'm actually gonna play for people who have not seen the Mutilator. If you have seen the Mutilator, we're gonna play the original theme, Fall Break, which I am in love with. And I'll say it is an inspiration for the theme in End Zone 2. So we're gonna play Fall Break.
Yes, I was not aware.
Yeah, Fall Break. There's a few of them. Fall Break, the ballad of
yes,
from
My
Bloody Valentine. Those are two of the big ones.
Ballad of Harry Warden.
Ballad of Harry, yes. So here we go, and then we'll be back. And who knows what we'll talk about. So have some questions for us, comments, topics, and we'll be right back.
When the leaves of summer turn red and gold, and the football games bring a hint of the cold, time to get away. We'll pack the car with escape in mind, forgetting about classes, leaving books behind, time to get away. Empty cottage sitting on the shore, tourists all left about a month before, and we're gonna have a good time. Gonna have a good time. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
We're going on now.
A fall break, walking hand in hand in the moonlight. We'll breathe the sweet salt air, I swear we'll never part.
We're going on now.
A fall break, running in the sand, feeling alright. And when you fall into my arms, I'll break into your heart. I can hardly wait to head for the dunes, spread down a blanket, humming sweet love tunes from yesteryear. Not a soul in sight, girl, heaven blessed. Bring a radio, a cooler, and a case of the best, and we'll disappear. And later on, maybe, who knows, take a swim in the surf in all birthday clothes, and we're gonna have a good time. Hey, we're gonna have a good time.
We're going on now.
A fall break, walking hand in hand in the moonlight. We'll breathe the sweet salt air, I swear we'll never part.
We're going on now.
A fall break, running in the sand, feeling alright. And when you fall into my arms, I'll break into your heart. Driftwood to burn and shells to collect, and plenty of time to get totally wrecked, and we're gonna have a good time. Hey, we're gonna have a good time.
We're going on now.
A fall break, walking hand in hand in the moonlight. We'll breathe the sweet salt air, I swear we'll never part.
We're going on now.
A fall break, running in the sand, feeling alright. And when you fall into my arms, I'll break into your heart. I'll break into your heart. Wanna break right into your heart. Oh, baby, I wanna break into your heart.
Hello.
All right, and we are back here.
I'm semi back because I really want a tea.
Okay, fair
It
enough.
was like boiling over there.
All right, I made some before the show. So.
Well, I didn't have time.
No
I have a
problem.
job.
Isn't that song amazing?
Yeah, it's awesome. And then after hearing you say that it was inspiration, 100% hear that. I remembered the theme enough, and from your movie, and yeah, it's awesome. It's so cute. I also rewatched Mutilator, and it was very silly how upbeat it is.
That's what's so
Compared to the
great about
movie.
it. The theme is super upbeat, and it's a big contrast to this horrible stuff going on. And they play it throughout the movie, and I love that about that. It's one of my favorite parts of the movie, honestly.
Dave is advocating for me on the side.
Oh no, Annabelle's trapped in the orb again. Let her out, you monster! This is like Superman 2.
Not only am I not out of the orb, but now I'm even further away. He's banishing me with his Neal powers.
This is what I do when I'm using my mind powers.
I don't even know. I don't even know
See?
where the...
Yeah, no one knows. It just happens with my mind power.
Man, I'll be right there.
All right.
Be right there. And I
Hello,
don't tell you
Pepe
what.
Petite. We got Pepe
Oh,
Petite here. I was talking to Tara earlier. She's not seen Mutilator, but has always wanted to see it.
What?
I recommend it.
Wow. Well, that's cool that she's got a new movie to watch, a new old movie.
Yeah.
That's always nice. I love when I I make discoveries of things that I just wasn't aware about. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back.
All right, excellent.
Ah.
Boom.
So I made the tea 11 because I'm sensitive to caffeine nowadays. I
do actually have herbal tea over here, but
yeah,
go
I
on.
made a super blue lavender tea. It's wonderful. And I made it in this beautiful mug. See this beautiful mug? It's
That is
like
very nice.
reminds me of Japan. It might not be from Japan, but it reminds me of Japan. It's got the water and the mountains, and it's got like a steeper in it. And I got this for Christmas from my friend Neal Jones. And I don't want to burn myself, but it's got burning myself on the bottom, but it's got this really nice wood handle.
Yeah, the handle rules. That's one of the reasons I liked it too. And then afterwards, I was like, I should have got myself one too.
You should have kept it. Yeah, I have another beautiful mug, but there's no handle, so it's too hot to hold when it's hot.
Mm-hmm.
So this is wonderful. I'm very excited about it. It's my best mug.
Oh, very good. I'm glad you like it.
For sure. Thank you so much.
It's coming. It's going to be useful as well.
It will be very useful. I'm very happy.
So yeah, we had great Christmas gifts. People, we've been talking about brutalities, and Annabelle got me early in the month.
Yeah, brutalities. What was your favorite tea? I was going to remember it, and then I forgot about it.
There was a couple. I actually really did like the. I know you said you liked it, but it wouldn't be something you could drink all the time. I think I could drink all the time. Was the lime chili one?
It's so good.
Yeah. That might be my favorite. I really liked it, but there was a few that I really liked a lot.
Yeah, there's a few. I'm gonna have to go back into my notes.
Yeah,
you'll remember because there was 24.
Right,
24 teas in a month. There's a lot of teas to keep track of.
Yeah.
So chili lime definitely stands out, and I love the pistachio one. It also stands out because I normally hate pistachio, but I truly loved it.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope who was the person that got my tea? Secret Satan, bringer of tea. That is
Marsha Miller.
I hope Marsha Miller loves her tea selection. It was hard to pick for someone else. And then I realized when she shared the picture, it's like, these are all kind of labeled as, like, they're all sweet oriented flavors. Like there's a marshmallow one, and I think the Toffman prophecies.
Yeah, I like that they were all horror related though. Yeah.
Yes, that was a part of my choosing.
Yeah. Oh, see, I didn't know if you picked them. Okay, very good.
Yeah, I chose them. You can choose samplers.
Mm-hmm.
So you yourself could choose a sampler pack of, like, I think they're always 3s.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering about other people's gifts. We've got some people in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know if Pepe, did you get yours yet? Let's see. Pepe, Dave Deadman, he's in Canada, might not have got his yet. I know Jason got his. He said he loved it, but I asked him to post some pictures. It'd be nice when you get yours to post some photos.
Mm-hmm. And then if you want to take credit afterwards and be like, I'm the secret Satan. Or if you don't like saying Satan, you can just say, I'm the secret gift giver.
Right.
You could go as Secret Santa if you'd like.
Oh, you didn't? I thought, Pepe, you would get yours because you're not in Canada. I thought you would have got yours by now. But hopefully you get it soon. Sorry it hasn't arrived yet. It seemed like I got everyone's stuff really quick.
Well, she got my tea pretty quick.
Yeah, and she lived in California. I thought maybe she would have been one that would have got a little later because Vic's not that very far from me, and I don't know if he got his yet.
Interesting. The post.
Yeah.
It is the season of
right.
madness.
As long as everyone gets it, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if it's a little late,
it'll be a nice New Year, the beginnings of the New Year present.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, and next year we're gonna we'll promote it earlier so everybody can get in. It's a really fun time, and do it up. Dave, I got stuff quick from Dave, even the Canadian fellows, Dave Deadman and John Redty and Kat Katonic. Well, I do think Kat might have sent something to me from somewhere in the United States instead of from her in Canada. But either way, they were all the Canadian fellows or Canadian people who sent stuff in.
Yes. Someone stole someone's. I will not sign up for a name. Is that your man?
The mailman stole mine. I believe this is Jonathan Jackson. But I could be wrong.
You could be wrong.
I thought it was Dean, but then he was faking being Dean, I found out. So I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan Jackson, who I made an AI wrestling action figure of earlier today.
You did?
And it came out pretty awesome, I thought.
Oh my goodness. You're going to share it with us, aren't you?
I can if you'd like. Give me 1 second.
Of course. Why wouldn't I? You'd share it no matter what I said. Stop it now. I already see.
Well, I mean, I don't have it ready, but I'll go grab it.
I also like these jelly beans. The boba
jelly beans. Yeah, they sounded good when I saw them.
They are good.
I got my mom tried some Kit Kats today that I got her from Chinatown. I got her caramel pudding Kit Kats.
That sounds so good.
Yeah.
What'd she think?
She really liked them.
Did you have any of your gummies to try? Did you already eat your pizza?
I did. No, I did not. I'm going to do a video eating that. I had a gummy pickle on my walk home that night.
What did you think?
It was really good. I mean,
really?
Yeah, it's a very good gummy itself. You know what I'm saying?
Do you have those in your vicinity?
No, they're upstairs. I could go grab one.
Yeah, just don't leave me entertaining people. Play a music.
Yeah, we'll get them. We'll get them a little bit later. All right, let me grab this picture. This was I need to do I'll need to do all our regular wrestling fans, but here was boom.
Wow.
Jonathan Jackson.
I like his pizza cutter.
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet. How does Jonathan Jackson feel about this?
He was very happy. He liked it. He's like, that looks just like Vic Schiavone. Like, yeah. I haven't done Vic yet. After a while, it yells at me that I'm using it too much.
What about our horror people, Neal? For the people who like horror, because that is this show.
Yeah, we should. We should do so. Well, we did the pops. We could, or I could do horror figure. I don't know. We'll figure out something that would be horrific for. But I do, because I've been making secret cards, retro cards. They've been fun to create. So something I'd like to do.
Cards.
Yes, something I'd like to do in 2024 would be a set of without your head cards, and I thought they could be, the host and maybe the semi-regular hosts like Trista and people like this, and some of our favorite guests who will give us permission to let us use them on the cards. Like Mr.
That'd be
John
very
Dugan.
cool.
I don't want to mention too many people in case they say no, but I think John Dugan will say yes. So
that would be awesome. We need to have John around again. Well, you did have him around, but
yeah,
my technology broke down and then I cried and left.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Sometimes people cry. And that was my time.
Next week will be our top 13. We each will have our top 13 horror films.
And by each, he means more people than even the two of us.
Yeah. Me, Annabelle Lecter, Justin Bernard Head, Alok Mirsha, Terrible Troy, Diablo Joe, and Todd Yeager, who will not be on the show live, but he will be sending his in.
He will participate.
Yes. So
that's what I'm saying, Dave. I think the chat people. So over here, Dave has this amazing idea of being the kindest to the people in the chat, and we have chat regulars. And anybody out here who's watching this,
we've got a lot. We got the double D, double P. Dave
For
Deadman,
people out there
Pepe
that
Pote,
are watching the show,
Craig Lindbergh.
if you're live, and if Neal stops interrupting, so I'm just kidding, Neal Jones.
No, I was just messaging someone.
Uh,
But yeah, Pepe, Dino Machino.
Should people submit their what they want their cards named to be?
Yeah, give me for cards. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
for cards.
Yeah. I would need a photo
Of your choosing.
I know some people don't like to send photos, so
But it can be like Dave Deadman can be.
yeah, because I know Dave Deadman and Dean do not like their face.
No, they can just use whatever they want their
right
representative to be. That would be fine, right? Like you're not gonna get busted for having Dr. What's his face on
Probably
there.
not.
Why can't I think of his actual name? Dr. Headless, evil, muncher.
Perhaps it's got to be in my top 3 sex scenes ever in a horror film. Is Reanimator.
Dr. Hill.
Dr. Hill.
Yes, I did it.
Yeah, it's that the vine scene.
Dave Deadman, you're not hideous. Get out.
He lies. He sends me photos of himself. He's a sexy man.
What kind of photos, Neal?
From the waist down. No. But sometimes I see his face. That sounds weird. Sometimes he's covered up.
Sometimes he takes off the bag
yeah,
and reveals himself.
Right, and sometimes he's not.
Oh my goodness. So anybody who's out there who's not currently in the chat, join the chat because it's a nice space. People are very cool. If you're enjoying us, you'll enjoy the chat. Lovely people. Very fun. And maybe you can end up on a sweet card. You show up a little bit, become part of our little community.
I love it.
You
I like
can join
that.
on the best places to be are YouTube and Twitch, because we actually see your name. If you're on Facebook, it'll just say Facebook user. And if you don't want to do that, it's kind of like like there's Facebook user right now. And it just says Facebook user and a blank non-picture.
Yeah, Jamie Hill could be on there. There could be 2 cards for Jamie Hill, guest and in the chatter. But I like because if you collect cards, like I used to be a big card collector, they'll have different they'll be like all-star cards. So there could be host cards, there could be guest cards, they could be the Headless Community card. So I like this. Chat MVPs.
For anyone who might not know, and I don't know who you would be, but if you don't know, the cards is like the tradable baseball cards of ye olden days. Or some people collected garbage pail kids. Or what else was there? Oh, dude, you know what would be awesome someday? If it's hologram cards, yes.
That was hologram cards is from Craig.
Having autographed cards.
This was Kat Katonic. I think she turned in right when I was saying about the Dave Deadman photos.
Oh man, this is going to be great. What about Pogs in the future?
Pogs?
Cards,
find a place to make them. Really... Yeah.
Cards are better, but Pogs came to mind. Yeah, now I see Cat S. Nice.
Hello, Cat.
Coolio.
Dave Deadman. He wants an autograph. Vic Sandman Schiavone. I'd put that on my wall.
I love it. So,
by the way, much earlier today, it was like late last night. This is Kat Katonic. So the anyway, years ago, before we were doing video and stuff, and even before that, we had in the early days of Without Your Head, we had a message board, which was like cool in the 2000s. Message boards. So once social media really popped up, message boards for the most part started to die out. There was a few people who stayed on the message board. I couldn't get over to the social media pages. And one of those people was Lover of Beers. And one of our original from our very first show was around. And when I could still visit the message board for a long time, even after people really stopped going there. And there was like 3 or 4 people that would stay there and they would interact. And one of them was Lover of Beers. And I've always wondered what happened to that guy. And this has been about 12 years ago when that whole message board you couldn't even access anymore because the parent company had vanished. And today I saw that he subscribed to the YouTube.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I was like, this is pretty awesome. One of the original founding fans of Without Your Head, Lover of Beers. So if you're out there, say hello.
Lover of Beers. So I don't know if I ever knew this person.
Yeah, I don't. They were probably around on because I think we had the message. Yeah, I think we had the message. I think at that time when you joined, the message board was accessible.
Blended.
But it just had like the last like remnants, like 3 or 4 people who were diehard message boarders.
Originally, it was blended, I believe.
No, Without Your Head had its own message board, but you're thinking of the chat room. You're thinking of the chat.
That was it. Like,
yeah, Without Your Head always had its own message board.
Without Your Head people were sane, and there were women there, and the In Your Head people, not all of them. Couldn't,
no, because Dave Deadman's crossover and Dean and stuff. So.
Yeah, there's some really, really great, excellent In Your Head people, but there were some also that stood out awful.
Yeah, they're different.
Who were very gross with the ladies. Mm-hmm. So those days for Without Your Head are gone.
Yeah. So I don't know if Kat got her Secret Satan yet. Hopefully soon. I know it'll probably take a little bit longer up in Canada.
I like Canada.
Huh? Whoa, Canada! Yeah, we've had an international show here today.
Yeah, which is very nice. Happy to have everybody.
So earlier, Fall Break was by Peter Yellen and the Breakers. That was cool.
It was very cool.
Big thanks to Buddy Cooper on the show.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it was very cool. Very nice.
Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up. I have to say I'm curious about whatever the Joe Castro beef is.
Yeah.
We love Joe Castro.
Yeah.
So, but not everybody is for everybody.
Right. I may have gotten a lot of messages from Mr. Castro. So.
Well,
it feels. I'll just do this. It feels like the feeling is mutual between the two. From what
interesting. Okay. Well, I love Joe.
Yeah, we have big fans of Joe.
I enjoyed Buddy, but I'm loyal to Joe.
We'll also be playing Blind Malice to close the show by David Rosen, and that is actually from a film. He sent that into play. And so it really worked out because this month we didn't have one central music of the month. So we got a chance to play some one-off songs.
Very cool. We will get on track with that, but tis the season to be overloaded.
Yeah, next month, the Casket Rats.
Nice. Who set us up with Casket
Diablo
Rats?
Joe.
Nice. He knows his stuff. I will put it out there. No, I was going to put it out there to you in private. So never mind, Neal Jones. Never mind. Just never mind. Just take it away. Go back in time. I didn't say it. What's the horror news?
Why is there not a horror theme wrestling promotion? That's interesting.
Well, I think they've tried to bring in characters over the years. Like you could argue that, like Undertaker. Yeah.
Kevin Sullivan. The Dungeon of Doom. Abaddon right now. She's pretty cool.
Who is this person?
I don't know. Rakia Foreman.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right.
Well,
I see Rakia. Back. It could be Rakaya. It could be something totally different, but it's a nice name.
Yeah. Vampiro.
Happy to have you.
Former guest here on Without Your Head, actually. Vampiro.
Oh, cool. Vampiro recently died.
Yes.
Yeah. So
rest in
that's
peace.
Very sad. What an interesting person. Wait, how long ago did she pass?
I thought quite a while ago, honestly.
Was it?
Yeah.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was the anniversary.
Probably
I
the
saw it on
anniversary.
social media.
Yeah.
Man, what a dummy. It was the anniversary. She was born in a town where some of my family is from. Born December 11th, 1922 in Gloucester, Mass. That's crazy. Interesting. Gloucester, Mass is a very is different than it used to be. Now it's there's a lot of wealth there, but it was a very modest fishing town where Gordon's Fisherman hails from. So if you're familiar with the Gordon's Fisherman,
That's the Gordons. Trust the Gordons fishermen.
well, Gloucester, Mass is the origin of that. Died in January 20th, 2008. So I'm a little behind the times. I've
Yeah, I remember I went to her when I was in LA. We went to the to her.
Yeah, give me a break. Sorry, guys.
All right.
I'm really.
You missed me. We did miss you. Dave Deadman's. This is a hot take in the horror world. Fish sticks are gross. All right,
We didn't just make fish sticks. There's other things. That's just the only thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. You can't trust me tonight. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm messing up left, and you can't even say left. It's real sad. Oh, I got to take my tea thing out.
Yeah, Dean actually took us out for seafood for fish and chips the first time I was in London, Mr. Dean.
Was it soggy?
No, it was very good.
Oh, really? They've got to step up on Ireland then. Not that I didn't love Ireland, but that food was soggy. Everything fried. Everything not fried. Soggy.
Jason was not down with the fish because it had the skin on it.
Oh, well, that can be really good.
Yeah, I prefer it that way. The skin
it's
gets crispy.
Yeah.
And
Like
and Jason made me try jellied eel.
Oh.
Which
how did he make you try?
He's like, if I order this, you have to try it. I was like,
if he orders it, you have to try it?
Yeah, he bought it.
So not if he orders it and he also eats it, you have to try it.
Yeah, I think I was the only one who tried it.
Not even the person that lives there tried it.
Well, it was the restaurant, but
yeah. I thought that.
Oh no, Dean took us to a restaurant.
Yes, and he did not try it.
Oh no. I agree. Jason is a big baby, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of pickled. Not pickled. It was jellied eel. It was cold.
No.
It was almost like if you eat
poop. That's really funny.
You know, like if you have like a canned ham or a can, and you know that gelatin that's around it.
Oh yeah.
That was basically what this was. It was like that wrapped around bones.
That's horrible. I have to draw a scaly poop. Okay, so keep talking. I'm sorry. It's funny. Did you even post what Pepe said? It makes me laugh.
Scaly
I'm gonna get
poop.
in trouble. Last time, I don't know. So, I remember it was actually from something Dave Deadman said. There was a thing with a guy getting pooped on the face, and he was like, "Raw."
What the hell?
Really funny. This was a long time. This had to be 10 years ago.
All right.
It was funny. I'm the only one that remembers it.
Okay.
So, sorry, audience.
Let everyone know I'm also going to do a bonus interview Saturday at 5 p.m. with the cast and crew of Showdown in Yesterday. It's not really a horror film. It's a sci-fi Western, but friends of mine from Buffalo made it, so it'll be fun.
Nice. Sci-fi Western. Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. Like Westworld?
Yeah, I think it's like a time travel Western film.
Interesting. Is it a full length?
Yeah, it's a full length feature film. Ooh. Yeah. Freeman Woodworth. The show is very entertaining. Well, thank you, Freeman Woodworth.
Thank you very much. We try.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're always successful, but I'm glad you're enjoying it in the moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll wait till What? I'll wait till later to ask if people are like cool with the cards until I actually start getting them made. But there's a spider crawling down. I have two monitors to do the show, And the second monitor over here has a spider crawling down the center of it.
Oh dear. Do you need to take care of it?
No, it's just the daddy long legs, but
Oh,
I looked over and it was a little startling. I just saw a big ass spider. It's very big, but it's not like harmful or anything.
but it still
But-
can't get you.
Right. So I wanted to mention this. Pepe Petit brought this up in the Facebook group, which, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, go and join the Facebook group and you can interact with us and all these fine folks throughout the week, except for Dave Deadman. He's very anti-Facebook, but you can follow us on the Instagram to talk to Dave Deadman. And that is that Mickey and Minnie Mouse are public domain next year. And do you
Really?
think that we will see horror films with Mickey Mouse like we have
And
Winnie the
of
Pooh?
course, yeah, 100%. Everyone's going to jump on that. There's going to be a lot of things made, not just horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Walt Disney will be rolling in his freezer.
Yeah, well, they say he stole Mickey Mouse anyway.
Really? From whom?
From was it Steamboat Willie?
Steamboat Willie is his.
No, I think that one Mickey Mouse is. I don't know, but people have said that he
I thought the
stole. He actually
rabbit?
stole Mickey Mouse from something else.
I know there's a rabbit, but I think he also made the rabbit. But at any rate, Mickey Mouse is going to be a superstar of a new kind. And I don't see people just making one horror movie or whatever movie.
Well, that's
It's
it.
not gonna be
Now
like
that
Winnie
that
the
other
Pooh.
guy's made the Winnie the Pooh horror, could someone else make Winnie the Pooh horror?
I don't see why not. They don't have they don't claim it, you know. This is going to be terrible. I'm still making this happen. Oh
We
my
haven't lately, but we may do this at some point. Do you still open up the video chatting with other than the guests? We haven't, but we may do that at some point.
Yeah,
In the show.
scary. Steamboat Willie is so cute,
Send out the link.
but it's fine. I can only imagine what these people that have like Disney stuff on their cars and I don't know. They're probably in their own bubble anyways, and they're not going to even realize what's happening.
Yes.
I know there could be protests. There could be all kinds of stuff that happens.
The
What do you
world will
foresee?
run amok.
World might run amok. It's the sign of the end days when Mickey Mouse starts murdering, slaughters.
What would be a good
Slaughterhouse.
I wasn't against the Winnie the Pooh idea. I liked the idea. And then I went to see the movie, and people were saying it was like the worst movie ever made. And I'm not going to say it was very good, but the stuff that people said sucked about it, I actually thought it actually looked good, and some of the deaths were cool. But what I didn't like about it is like they had no story of any kind. It was just like just random girl, like women hanging out in like hot tubs and getting killed. And Winnie the Pooh's
no
like
story.
yeah, Winnie the
What are you
Pooh's
talking
using
about?
like a gun and like running people over in a car. When he was actually a killer bear, it was pretty sweet. They had like a great scene where he just gores a guy like
That's
"Rah!"
awesome.
And I was like, now if the whole movie was that, it'd have been awesome. And the beginning, the animated stuff, the beginning's great. So it had a lot of potential. I don't think it's the worst movie ever made, like some people say, but it's
Well-
not great either. But it could have been a lot more than it was.
Well, maybe in the future. Well, aren't they going to make a second one?
Yeah, they're
anyway?
making a second one, supposed to have a bigger budget, and it will also have Tigger, because Tigger wasn't public domain when they made this one, but he is now.
Oh, ooh, Tigger. Oh, this is real
So
strange.
I think it was
now.
just
This
Winnie
is
the Pooh and
real
Eeyore.
strange. This drawing is, I don't even know. I like that I can have a live drawing experience. That's something I couldn't do in the past. Can I share my little pooping man?
Sure.
All right, guys. So this is all you, Pepe. I can't do this all the time, but I will right now. Let's see. Oh no!
Very, very bright. Oh, there we go.
Here. How's that?
Super chat some money, and Annabelle will send that to you.
Yes, definitely. That's so awful. I need a
love it.
sketch pad just for when I'm doing the show. That'd be awesome.
I like it.
I used to be very, when I started doing the video ones, I was self-conscious in so many ways. And then I realized, like, I can't draw during the show anymore because I can draw and talk, but I don't want to be rude.
Right.
He looks like someone you know. Well, thank you, Freeman.
The pooping part? It looks like another pooping guy I know. I've been sketching once in a while during the show too. This was on In Your Head. This is Inch Your First Birthday.
There's nothing wrong with Spaceballs, you know. It's an entertaining movie.
It's pretty bad.
It's fun.
It's
a fun time.
Bruce Cirksena. That one's
Nice.
actually pretty good.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed, Neal.
I like that one.
I want to know who Dean needs to like share a photo of this person.
Yeah, but it's gonna be in pooping.
But I don't think that there needs to be. Is it about the pooping or the face?
He's like, his butthole looks just like that one.
I did not show a butthole. There's no butthole.
Well, the poop almost look like pine cones.
Does that count as PG if there's only poop and you don't see any?
I'll have to ask that guy. I have to watch all these stupid ass videos since we until we I think 1 month from now, January 28th, and we will no longer have a permanent warning for nudity.
Well, that's all changing now.
But one of the things was he went into detail. He was very like somber, explaining la 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 la.
This is your YouTube training on.
Yeah, this was another video after that, and it was like, you can now monetize your videos with breastfeeding if the areola is exposed, but the baby is in view, but not the areola of the baby. And I was like, oh my god,
that's
dude.
So weird. That's like some person had some weird fetishy experience creating all of that. That's so weird.
And then it was about dancing, and like, you can no longer monetize dancing if you show too much of the buttocks, the breasts, or the genitalia, or if you touch your genitalia or someone else's genitalia or the buttocks. And I was like, oh my god. So it's like all Michael Jackson like dancing's like out. And then I was thinking, like, when I was in the 80s, it was like these backwards idiots. That was the premise of Dirty Dancing and Footloose. Was all the backwards, Southern
preppies.
Yeah, they're like, whoa, they're trying to stop us from dancing. They're, now it's full circle, and now it's like, yeah, don't be doing that naughty dancing. You gotta stand far apart. At least there's gotta be like 3 feet between you, and no touching no showing the buttocks or the boobs or the.
So we need the Patrick Swayze of the now to like break it up and
the poor same guy has to stand there and explain it all. I was like, man, this guy.
Oh, man.
But Freeman
what is going on
Woodworth is a big fan of your art.
Thank you. The chat is a little too much, but it's very funny.
Yeah, Dean says it looked kind of like Incher.
I didn't do it on purpose. I haven't seen that guy in ages. Like, actually, well, I don't think I've seen him at all. Like in the internet.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I never forget about
him. Dave, when they have a lineup for Dave Deadman, it's a much different experience. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh my goodness. What else is going on in the world of horror, Neal Jones?
The Black Phone 2, which I was excited about, but I've seen a lot of people like pissed that they're doing a sequel to The Black Phone. And and when I see that, I'm just like, well, no one forcing you to go see it. If you don't like Black Phone, you can just not go see the second one. I liked it. I'm interested in the second one.
I just didn't like his mask. But other stuff was cool. I thought his mask was way too modern. It was, but it doesn't matter. Whatever. It was still cool. So, Black Phone 2.
Yeah, Black Phone 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Let's see.
But it's really weird because I read the book. Well, not the book, the short story. Super
Wow.
short. It was like 10-minute audio. It was like probably,
Really?
I don't know, 20
Interesting.
pages.
Hmm.
Completely
This is
different. I mean, the premise is there, but completely different guy and stuff. So it's weird that there'll be like multiple books off this very, very short story.
I'm seeing. I just looked up Black Phone 2, and on Deadline, just a little excerpt from an article says Black Phone 2 reps the 9th feature collaboration between Bloom and Hawk after The Black Phone, The Purge, Sinister 1 and 2, In the Valley of Violence, Adopt a Highway, Hamlet, and Stockholm. Hawk originally worked with Edison on the franchise, right? I didn't know that. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I didn't know all those things were connected by people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
A book that I would like to see adapted by Joe Hill would be A Heart-Shaped Box. That was probably my favorite. The Fireman's great too, actually, but that would be a hard one. A hard one to, I think, make a new movie. But Heart-Shaped Box is about this rich, older rock star, and he buys a ghost on like an eBay, on like, it's not eBay, but it's basically eBay. Someone is selling like, they say like their grandfather's ghost is in
That's
like
messed up.
And
That's
he's
not very
like,
nice.
No, he's not a good guy in the book to start with either. Like he's the womanizer and all that stuff.
What about the person selling the ghost? I'm not impressed.
Yeah, so no, but it's a great story. And it's like this rich guy just got a lot of, and just like, someone with just a bunch of money and just going to buy whatever and doesn't necessarily believe it, but also it's kind of weird and dark and so might believe it. And so he buys it. And it's a really original story, and it's great. So that one could definitely be made into a movie. I would recommend it. The ghost is gross.
The ghost is
smell him when he's around.
Oh, well, does this guy sell a
the
grandfather?
Ghost is a bad guy too.
Is it actually a grandfather, or does this person just say it's a grandfather to shuffle it along?
No, it's a grandfather.
Because he's a horrible
Maybe it's
person.
a father. It's either a grandfather or the father, but yeah.
So that ghost is a horrible person. I love the idea of this. Like, I think about cursed objects and stuff like that. Is that how this ghost is transported?
Right, yeah, he's like trapped in I believe it's in a suit, and the suit is inside a
I had a haunted shirt. I know you don't believe it. Yeah. There was a dress. There was an Asian ghost in it.
Now he's in the mug.
No, it was a female Asian ghost. I got this really beautiful but clearly very old kimono dress, and I think that's what it is, a kimono dress. And it gave me weird vibes, and I used to have like these terrible like imaginations. It was really horrible. I didn't see it. It wasn't like a hallucination. I would just imagine in my mind, as authors and creators do. And it was really, really disturbing. And then I had a Halloween character. It was like a prop in my yard where my other scary dude normally is that I make every year. And so that was wearing the dress. And then after that, the dress moved along. I don't even remember what I did with it. I don't know if I donated it or threw it away or what.
Sell it on eBay.
No, but it moved on.
Weird.
It is weird. I don't know if it's true. Could be in my imagination. Could just be a story. But I'm just sharing. I'm sharing my story that may or may not be true. Could totally be untrue. I mean, you know what I should do? I should I should start writing about like these as actual stories for short stories or whatever.
Yeah.
My ghosts, but I don't have to write it as like an autobiography. Anyways, sorry guys. Out of the mud. Where did that come
I
from?
don't know what that was in reference to.
I don't know. What else is going on in the horror world, Neal Jones?
So
I
went to go see. I went to rent Videodrome. I used to rent this multiple times at the video store. Weird ass movie. I haven't seen it in years. Maybe it fucking sucks now. But at the time, it was weird and creepy. And I know James Wood's not a great guy, but at the time I didn't know that. And no one really did it.
No one knew that at the time.
And,
There's no social media.
So there's an uncut one.
How can you uncut that? It's very graphic.
Yeah, I guess it's even more graphic.
Wow.
And it's playing the Brattle, one of our favorite theaters. So I'm going to go see it. It's playing.
What is that?
I think next weekend or the weekend after. Let me go grab it.
There's a lot of good stuff coming out to our local theaters.
Yeah.
Haven't seen The Shining.
Next week, Night Swim is playing theatrically.
Yeah. What do you think about Night Swim? Do you think it's going to be good or lame? No.
I'll go see it, but I don't think it'll be good. But sometimes I go see stuff that I don't think will be good, and I honestly didn't think I would like Barbie, and I thought it was a great movie. So
I didn't think I'd like it either.
Is this haunted?
Sometimes you get pleasantly surprised. Okay, now I am on Fangoria. It's talking about the movies of the upcoming year. January 5th release of Night Swim, first major horror release of 2024, hails from Blumhouse. Our very own Scott Wampler sums it up rather nicely. From the look of things, this creepy aquatic tale may very well do for swimming pools what Steven Spielberg's Jaws did for the ocean. Based on the acclaimed 2014 short film by Rod Blackhurst and Bryce McGuire, the film stars Wyatt Russell from The Falcon and the Winter Soldier as Ray Waller, a former Major League Baseball player forced into early retirement by a degenerative illness, who moves into a new home with his concerned wife Eve, Oscar nominee Carrie Condon, and the Banshees of Inisherin, a teenage daughter Izzy, Amelie Hoferl from The Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and young son Elliot Gavin Warren, Fear of the Walking Dead. Secretly hoping against the odds to return to pro ball, Ray persuades Eve the new home's shimmering backyard swimming pool will be fun for the kids and provide physical therapy for him. But a dark secret in the home's past will unleash a malevolent force that will drag the family under into the depths of inescapable terror. I like that final line. It's pretty sweet. So what do you think about that?
I saw the trailer and it didn't I don't know. The trailer looked like it was just like a short almost, but the trailer's almost like a little short story as opposed to like a trailer. So I don't know.
Well, it's the taste. Mm-hmm. Things to come.
I'll go on Blumhouse. Yeah. I usually don't love, but you never know. But then there's some that pop up that I like. So
you never know. I saw Lover of Beers was present.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Did you invite them?
No.
You're just like this.
I'm not sure. I don't know how to contact Lover of Beers besides they were on the YouTube. So
does Lover of Beers know that we were literally just talking about them?
I don't know.
Well, we were. Well, Neal was, because I don't know you, and was Neal's very excited that you're back in town.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah. And we got a lot of new people around.
So
that's very cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very scared of sharks and bodies of the water and pools. It's the same thing I was talking about with the ghost thing. My imagination goes, and it's not like I see it, but my imagination is so strong that I imagine, well, what if a shark materializes in an alternate plane and I'm the only one who sees it. And when it eats me, I just disappear. Right. I just disappear from reality, never to be seen again. That would be terrible.
It would be.
That's my...
Right,
that's what happens when you grow up very, very isolated.
So you're going to be very afraid when we go see this.
I might be. Could see. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Death Race 2000 is also showing that weekend, which I
Yeah.
would like to see if we're
It's
able to.
exciting.
The midnight movie.
We shall see what happens. Hopefully things will line up. Everything's all crazy and on everything right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's all up in the air. So who knows where Annabelle will be.
So here's the Videodrome. Director's cut of Videodrome. Now with more sex and violence. David Cronenberg's legendary sci-fi freak out about a sleazy television programmer, James Woods, who falls down his own rabbit hole when he becomes obsessed with an underground broadcast called Videodrome, is now available in a newly restored version of the original pre-MPAA cut.
Wow. Well, I would see it just to know.
Yeah, so that's playing. I think that might be playing the same weekend as all that stuff. Yeah, Friday the 5th and January the 6th.
And that's at the Brattle?
Yeah. It seems like it's not much longer.
It doesn't have to be, I guess. It could literally be like a minute.
I think it's 1 minute longer.
Really? That's a very vital minute.
It could be.
Very vital.
Well, I mean, if you cut out all the gore scenes of what we were talking about earlier with Mutilator, I mean, it's not going to be probably much more than a minute.
That's true, because a lot of those really big things are like a flash. It's just... So that's true. Lover of Beers is happy we are still being scary. Well, now Dean thinks that's Jonathan Jackson. I don't know what y'all are doing with yourselves, but you just keep being nice and you're welcome to stay. February 8th, Baghead comes out.
I like that name.
Yeah, I'm going to share this picture with you in Facebook because it's great. I'm very interested in whatever Baghead is going to be.
Hopefully this plays at the theater. Last month there was this month technically there was some stuff that was supposed to play theaters, and we're usually pretty lucky in Boston. The limited stuff comes there, but a lot of it didn't this time.
What were the things we were supposed to see?
That I did the interview for Lord of Misrule was supposed to play and it never did.
Oh yeah, Lord of Misrule.
Yeah.
There
was a couple other ones.
I haven't looked at this list yet, but as I scroll, it's pretty crazy. So I sent the picture.
Yeah.
There's a very brief blip. Whoa, look at that. Do you see the eyeball in there too?
Yeah, but it's very blue
eyeball popping out. We don't. So all this stuff comes from Fangoria. I'm not going to keep repeating it's from Fangoria. The list is from Fangoria. We don't know a ton about this yet, but Night Swim director Bryce McGuire is one of the writers on this one, which follows a young woman who inherits a rundown pub and discovers a dark secret within its basement. Enter Baghead, a shape-shifting creature that will let you speak to lost loved ones, but not without consequence. You know, just once we'd love to commune with the dead without dealing with consequences. We'll keep you posted as we unravel Baghead's secrets. It's interesting. All right. I like the supernatural. What are your thoughts about that description? It's pretty brief.
Yeah, I think it looks, the picture looks awesome. I'm always a fan. I always preferred actually like Jason with the bag over his head. I always think it's a creepy look. So yeah, I'm into it.
This, I don't mean to bog you down. What would be easier, me sending you each picture or you getting the page?
You can send me the picture. It's fine.
Okay. So this next one is for Lisa Frankenstein. It's a big surge in Frankenstein movies as of late.
I'm pretty sure this one actually is getting a theatrical release.
Oh. It's out on February 9th. Diablo Cody penned this neon horror comedy set in the 80s starring Freaky's Catherine Newton and Riverdale's Cole Sprouse. And we are pretty fucking excited about it. All right. Nothing since Valentine's Day plans like a little teenage necromancy. Liza Soberano Soberano, Henry Eikenberry, Joe Crest, and Carla Gugino round out this stellar coming of rage love story
Oh, I like that.
about a misunderstood teenager and her high school crush who happens to be a handsome corpse. After a set of playfully horrific circumstances bring him back to life, the two embark on a murderous journey to find love, happiness, and a few missing body parts along the way. That picture's fun.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about it? I think it's fun. I'm wondering why.
Yeah, I think we actually may have seen or maybe I did, the trailer at AMC.
Do you remember it looking good?
I think it was like super brief because it was probably more like the teaser, so it didn't really show much of anything.
Got you.
Because it's not coming out till February, and this was probably like a month ago.
Oh.
But I think that's a good sign that will actually play there, because they probably wouldn't show a trailer for something that's not going to play.
That's true. That's true.
I'm just seeing if it was listed on here, but they might not list movies yet that far in advance.
Mm-hmm. What we got going on over here?
Let's see. Oh yeah, it's listed here actually on coming soon on the AMC app, so it must be playing. Lisa Frankenstein opening February 9th.
Is I Will Not Sign Up for a Name possibly Jason Minton?
I don't believe so.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it's Jonathan Jackson.
All right.
I mean, I guess it's possible, but I think it's Jonathan.
Probably not. All right. You know better than I do. You know the boys better than myself. Did I just send you something? I don't even know. There's too many windows. Windows everywhere. I did. So February 9th is Out of Darkness. A small boat reaches the shores of a raw and desolate landscape. A group of 6 have struggled across the narrow sea to find a new home. They are starving, desperate, and living 45,000 years ago. First, they must find shelter, and they strike out across the tundra waste towards the distant mountains that promise the abundant caves they need to survive. But when night falls, anticipation turns to fear and doubt as they realize they are not alone. Terrifying sounds suggest that something monstrous at large in this landscape, something that could kill or steal them away. As relationships in the group fracture, the determination of one young woman reveals the terrible actions taken to survive. That sounds cool.
Yeah, that one sounds really good to me. I like those kind of wasteland movies, post-apocalyptic films.
Yeah. I like the idea of it being I like when it's isolated groups.
Yeah.
Don't like home invasion, but I like isolation, like in The Thing and such.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. Because I'm assuming they're going to be getting picked off. And that's
right, like the Predator or something. So yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and I like the and it's a horror movie, so I like it. I'm into this.
Yeah, I think that sounds really good.
She looks cool.
Now Jonathan Jackson is in there. I don't even know what to think.
Yeah, he's just popping around. That Jonathan Jackson.
Jonathan Jackson.
You can't trust that guy.
Apparently not. I also know you can't trust Jason Minton.
Yeah, well, I would never trust that.
Well,
guy. He combs his hair with a fork.
Oh my God. It was a very tense game of The Thing when we went to Georgia together.
Yeah.
Myself, Neal, Jason.
And no one trusted me, and I was telling the truth.
Suspicious. You guys just
very untrustworthy of me.
You were so suspicious, dude.
Jason always looks like he's drunk when he's lying. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, but you were like doing things. You're like all over the place.
That's just how I am.
It was extra. It's
It's because I was getting pissed that people didn't believe me when I was telling the truth. And I thought it was so obvious that he was lying.
But you know what wasn't obvious? When I was lying.
I guess someone has more experience with it.
I just have to be clever. I have experience at my job where you have to be a liar to survive. Master
manipulator Jason Minton, the fork misuser. Yeah. I don't know what to think when I woke up and he was combing his hair with a fork. I was like, what the hell?
Where was that?
In London.
Did he not have a comb, I guess?
Yeah,
I'm
I didn't
assuming
know.
there was no comb.
Yeah, he
Well,
he
the
packed
poor
like 6
man.
pairs of shoes.
Shoes are important. Maybe he has stinky
One
feet.
pair
He
of
has to rinse it.
pants, 6 pairs of shoes, and no comb. It's very
No.
Yes.
What kind of shoes, Neil?
All
Were
these
there
different sneakers.
All
Yeah.
different sneakers? Is he like
Yeah, just different colors.
sneakerhead?
Yeah, he's like a crazy sneaker. I didn't realize this.
Sneakerhead. That's the youth of today. He's just up with the times because the youth of today are like everyone is a sneakerhead where they have to have like the like shiniest whatever the cool shoe of the day is.
I'm gonna get my Air Jordans.
Yeah. It's for real. Nike Jordans.
Yeah.
Yes, that is still a real thing. What is that?
That's a pair of New Balance. That's what I'm
Oh,
wearing.
New Balance are a good shoe.
They are. They're my favorite.
Next
I
up,
sneakers and sloths.
sneakers and what?
Oh man, now that unless Jackson knows that Mitten likes sloths, that might actually be Jason Mitten.
Aha.
'Cause I don't know.
I don't know why he would give himself away like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Seth? I don't think he would use the word geezer.
No, I still think it's Jonathan Jackson.
I think I sent something. It has a bear on it.
Yeah.
Coming up in March 8th is Imaginary. A ferocious teddy bear and perhaps an army of evil imaginary friends. We're in when Jessica moves back into her childhood home with her family. Her youngest stepdaughter, Alice, develops an eerie attachment to a stuffed bear named Chauncey she finds in the basement. Alice's games with Chauncey become increasingly sinister, and Jessica intervenes only to realize Chauncey is much more than the stuffed toy bear she believed him to be. And then it talks about who's a part of it. I don't need to name names. There's a lot of names attached to it. So what do you think about this? Demon Bear.
I normally like evil toy movies. Not always, but I do have it's one of the things I find interesting because I had a lot of toys as a kid, so it's always kind of creepy to me, and I generally enjoy them. So I'm into it. Now
it's got a pull string. It's got one of those voice pull things.
Okay, I like, and he's beat up, but he's not like the Annabelle doll where it's like overtly creepy and stuff. So he's like a played with bear. That would just be cute, not necessarily creepy. So I like it.
Yeah,
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you. I thought the same exact thing about Annabelle. That doll is dumb. It clearly was never a doll anyone would make for children ever, unless you're in the horror community and make creepy dolls.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, but this looks like a legit someone's well-loved stuffed teddy. So, all right, Imaginary, March 8th.
I'm into it.
Oh, I think we already talked about this one before. The First Omen.
Yeah, we talked about that a little while ago. Few weeks ago,
we're looking at the candles and stuff. First Omen. I don't even know if you want to care to share about it again or not.
We can.
All right.
Oh yeah, because we thought that the thing looked like a mouth, maybe, or
and
we were counting the candles, thinking he'd have 13.
What number did we end up with? Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which seemed like a dumb number. Because 13 is a meaningful number, but that is 2 6s.
Oh, yeah, that's, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So what's 14 plus 12 is 36? Right?
Yeah.
The math is not my area. Did you see the drawing? Drawing is my area. Math is not my area.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Pooping men.
Yes,
They were
scaly poop.
furious. Scaly poop.
Scaly
Oh, that's
poop.
right. That's why it looked like because I thought the poop looked like pine cones, and now I knew why.
Because it's scaly.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. I
scaly fish
forgot. I
poop.
forgot. I just
Well, I'm
I
glad.
thought it was just a pooping dude,
No.
but now I get it.
Well, I'm glad that it's all come together for you, and hopefully it's even better than it was before.
Mm-hmm. Stephen Butler, yeah, 26. This
Yeah.
is the trivia night. Stephen Butler and Freeman Woodworth, you win.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look at all these people. I can't, I'm not dumb, but I am, math is, and under pressure. Oof. What is it? Oh my goodness. We've got a story coming up from I Will Not Sign Up for a Name.
What?
Oh, no. That's a bad story. Not a bad story, but that would suck that it happened.
Yeah, I was over a friend's house and her cat was sniffing around my shoes a lot around Thanksgiving. I haven't worn them since, but earlier today I checked to find smashed dead mouse inside. Damn. Now, was it the cat or was it but from your foot?
I think you'd feel it if you stepped in it in the shoe. Yes, we saw It's a Wonderful Knife.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to give my thoughts before Lover of Beers gives their thoughts.
Yeah, I'll just say I was not a big fan, so I'm sorry, Lover of Beers, if you liked it. I know Todd loved it. So.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
I was there with you, and neither of us really were into it.
No, but
it wasn't all bad. But that
it's not the worst
dude? No, it's not the worst movie ever. There were likable people. Like we liked the woman and her eventual love interest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they were very good.
So there were things in it that were good, but I think they were so overshadowed by that. What's his face? The guy that played the killer.
Yeah. Whoa.
What happened? What's going on?
You said he played the killer. Oh, you find out pretty early.
I didn't say who played the killer. I just said the person who played the killer. The person who played the killer.
I thought, because I almost said his name, but yeah.
Oh, well, don't. But it's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, that person and their portrayal, the whole thing around that is, but I think there are some great things in it. So, what are we talking about? The First Omen, April 5th. What?
Amsterdam 2 is in the works.
Was a Dutch movie.
I never heard of Amsterdam. I love the name.
Oh, interesting. Amsterdam. Let me check this out. Amsterdam.
I love the name.
My people are from that land.
He says he recommends it to anyone who has not seen it.
Amsterdam 2. Amsterdam 2 from Rue Morgue 2 days ago. Whoa, what? That is a crazy, crazy, crazy image. All right, I don't even know if I can get this image. Search images with Google Images. Damn it. Well, I'll try to get it. But, okay, sequel to this Dutch psycho Schiller hit is coming for its titular city's 750th anniversary. Veteran genre filmmaker Dick Maas from The Lift sent. Oh, I really want to see Sint. I've heard it's awesome. It's a Christmas horror movie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think Todd did recommend this. One of our wonderful film critics, Todd Yeager. He pointed out Sint. Anyways, I would love to see it. If anybody has seen Sint, please speak up.
Jason is replying to other stuff on Facebook, so this could be Jason actually.
That would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. And Jonathan Jackson is also watching and pops in. It's very, they're all in cahoots.
Perhaps. Scuba diving madman claiming victims on and around the canals of the Dutch capital will once again star Maas's frequent collaborator Hob Stapel. Will take place next year for release in the Netherlands and Belgium in 2025.
Amsterdam.
That's not how they sound in the Netherlands, Neal.
That's how I sound in
The Netherlands is a place of peace and art and learning,
All right.
and apparently drugs and sex.
Now
That's
we're
what they say.
talking.
That's what they say.
I'm sorry to interrupt you with my foolishness.
No, foolish away. Foolish is good. It's a big part of what makes the show great is foolish.
Yeah. Johannes taught me how to say Merry Christmas in German, but now I forget.
I heard your recordings.
Yeah.
Do you want to share with the crowd?
No, I don't remember it now. But he went, oh, it's a very good.
This is Neal's filmmaker friend from Germany.
From
He's a
Austria.
crazy man. Oh, geez. Well, you were talking in your German accent, so.
Mm-hmm.
And he was teaching you in German.
Yeah.
Is that what he speaks?
I think so.
I don't know. I'm also, not only am I not great at math, I'm also not good at geography.
All right.
The question was never if, but when a sequel to Amsterdam would come. It was inevitable, Moss says. We were waiting for a script that could live up to the high expectations. That script is now here. Together with Edvard van Voet and Died
What?
Welt from 2C Film and my good friend Hoopstapel.
Hopstapel!
It's amazing. Our names must sound super lame to them.
Hopstapel and Annabelle Lecter. Oh, no, Annabelle Lecter's pretty cool.
We are working on a sequel that will surpass the original film in every way. The film will be even more exciting, more spectacular, and at times more blood-curdling than its predecessor. It's time for a new Dutch popcorn movie. Producer Van Voet says, yeah, a sequel. So this guy says a sequel to Amsterdam was always at the top of my wish list. It's an honor to be able to work on the spectacular film with film legends Dick Maas and Hoopstapel.
Hoopstapel!
Amsterdam, brace yourself.
Welcome to the station of decapitation. I'm Nasty Neal, Annabelle Lecter, and we're joined by Hoopstapel. And he just gets all like, whoa, I'm sorry, buddy.
He's going to reach out to you and be like, never.
And every time we ask a question, and what do you think of this? Hoopstapel!
Oh, my goodness.
Interrogation than an interview.
Oh, my God. He just hangs up. You actually get him as a guest, and he has no idea. And
yes.
He just have you had people hang up on you? Has anyone ever hung up?
Yeah, one guest. Who
was it?
The Iron Sheik.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Mr. Jacques, a very intelligent man in the Boston Garden, and all of my English and Irish paisans in the Boston area. And he goes on this big spiel. And then he's like, and he talked about Dan Malati of the Boston Wrestling Alliance. Treat the legend good. But the Applebee's, they treat the legend good. And I was like, oh, yeah, I saw about that on the internet. Dan Malati said you held him hostage in a car. And he's like, wait a fucking minute. I am all-American. I am not Osama bin Laden. I am not Saddam Hussein. And then he screamed at me and told me he's going to kill me, and he hung up.
That's the best.
And it was our most hits ever.
I'm not surprised. That's amazing.
And he was supposed to be on the first hour, and we kept calling him, and I kept getting, I don't know who it was, and they were like, oh, he wasn't ready. So there was literally 3 hours we kept calling, and so it was this giant buildup, and it was a 5 minutes long interview with one question really, and then he went crazy and hung up on me. And then I called back to apologize, and he wouldn't take. Yeah,
you said he took a hostage.
Well, that was the story that Dan Marati said.
Yeah, but he's sensitive about it. Well, he was sensitive about it. Yeah. He escaped that land.
Right. And then
insensitive.
And then I called the next day, and he didn't remember any of it. Then we
R.I.P.
had him back on Without Your Head. That was on In Your
Yeah,
Head.
where I wanted to be there and was very heartbroken that I wasn't included.
I'm sure you would have
Very.
been. It was a
I
live
wasn't.
show.
I cried. It was another time I cried.
Well,
Someone
anyway,
didn't
no one ever talks about that interview because he was just very
I wasn't
nice.
there.
He was very nice and calm. But that was actually a really good interview.
I'm sure it was.
R.I.P. Jackson. Yeah, not Jonathan Jackson, but yeah, rest in peace, Iron Sheik and Dan Maradi.
Yeah.
Actually, both of them have passed away.
Yeah.
That's the only other person he didn't hang up. Those two people, they're both wrestling ones. White Trash Johnny Webb.
That's a hell of a name.
Yeah. He was a horrible guest.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Why? Does he live up to his name?
Yeah, he wouldn't answer. And I was like, then eventually it's like, why did they send you to promote this show? And he's like, oh. And then I talked, and then he called back in, was all pissed. But then there's a real famous one amongst fans is oh my God, what's his name? Wildcat Chris Harris, and then he no-shows the show and acts like he didn't know who I was, and so I had this giant like email like list that went over like weeks, and then this other wrestler called in to like defend him, and it's a very, very funny clip, but he didn't hang up on me. The only one that actually hung up was Iron Sheik.
Amazing. I would be honored to have the Iron Sheik hang up on me.
No one on Without Your Head's ever hung up. I don't think.
Maybe someday. It's a goal. Yeah. Someday we'll have a highly eccentric, volatile guest hang up on us.
Ian White wouldn't do the interview, but that wasn't a hang up. He probably would have hung up if it was.
Should I ask him?
Huh? Ian White? Come on. No, I don't know.
Like, hey, this is Annabelle. Blah blah blah. I'm on the oldest podcast. Please join us on the show.
I don't think he does anything.
He's tall. I remember he's tall. What did he do?
Just a tall guy. No, he was one of the Predators, and he was also in the first or the second Mountain. He was either replaced or he replaced the first Mountain. And I think he was the first Mountain.
Yeah, in Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's a cool role.
Yeah.
I sent you the Amsterdam because I know you don't want to stop saying this name. So there it is right there.
Hubstapel! Is that him? Is that Hubstapel?
I have no idea. Do you see that cool dude at the bottom though?
Yeah.
It's pretty sweet, right?
Yeah, I like it.
Like that the bridge looks cool. Mm-hmm. And then this like monstrous diver thing. It's all funky. I like it. I love how in this article they're so enthusiastic. It's like I wish I could carry it the way it clearly is meant to be. Like adds co-producer Intveld, Amsterdam, a city that is vibrant and bubbling where you can party and relax with a boat on the canals, toes dipped in the water. But it's also a city where tension can be found on every street corner and danger sometimes lurks just below the surface. It's going to be horrifying on the canals of Amsterdam again.
Damn.
Says Stoppel, it's fantastic to work with Dick on this spectacular film after all these years, and now not only as an actor, but as an executive producer. I will use all my experience to help develop the film.
Hubstapel, fantastic! Yes, on the Amsterdam.
They're so damn enthusiastic. I would love to have these people on the show. Remember when we had the German Angst people on the show?
Yeah,
and they were really horrified when we said we enjoyed it.
Yeah,
right. Like that's not like that kind of joy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know English better than we do. Yeah. You're correct.
I was talking to Yui Bowl last year and then we never said I would. Yeah, I mean we can get him back. I had him on the show years ago, but it was short. But he had something new on and was going to come on and never got set up. But that's actually one of my favorite liners. He goes, "This is Yui Bowl and this is my favorite podcast. And he just laughs like he's
Well, where's that? Why don't we have Yui in the?
I should
in the
play it.
thing?
Yeah, I don't have it on this computer. It's on my
Oh
other
my
computer,
God.
but yeah.
It'd be awesome. We need some great clips to throw in. That's a great one. I would love it.
Yeah, it's sweet.
So thank you, Dave, for bringing up this fantastic, amazing sounding movie. And I think it'd be amazing to get guests from this. I would love to see the Scent movie.
Yeah. The Henry Hill's also a great liner for all the wrong reasons. But Henry Hill, the real life Goodfella from the movie Goodfellas, the real guy. And so his line there, he's like, "This is Henry Hill, and I'm on this show all the time with these guys in the Midwest." And it's just like he just goes on rant, and none of what he's saying is accurate at all. And he was only ever on once. I love it.
That's cool. He supported you as best he could.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. And I actually talked to his widow a lot. She wants to do a series of which I should need to set these up. Interviews with mob widows, or not necessarily widows, but mob wives.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah,
dude, jump on that. What's going on there?
No, I need to set them up.
Sounds like gold.
Yeah, it was her, and it was the ex-wife of a really big mob guy. So hopefully no one gets mad and comes after me or something.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, but I'd be down.
Yeah, that's amazing. Very good.
Yeah, she's on my Facebook. Actually replies to stuff once in a while. She's cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we need to update our guest roster thing, because a lot of the people have moved down the list, left the list.
Yeah.
The First Omen. Did we already show this picture?
We showed the picture.
When a young American woman is sent to Rome to begin a life of service to the church, she encounters a darkness that causes her to question her own faith and uncovers a terrifying conspiracy that hopes to bring about the birth of evil incarnate, directed by Arkasha Stevenson. The current plot synopsis doesn't give much away, but if this is a prequel to The Omen, oh man, hard to figure out. And the story revolves around a young woman attempting to stop the birth of evil incarnate. We can probably extrapolate out some assumptions about how the First Omen plays out. Pretty sure that's what it is. I'm sure they're pretty sure too.
Yeah.
Dang, that's a lot of movies.
Yeah.
There's a bajillion more, but I don't know if I even have the energy to read them all. But, whoa, this one looks cool.
Well, Founders Day is actually getting a limited release. And I actually have seen the poster, so it is going to be playing. And it's one that Todd gave a really great review to, and he said he liked it better than Thanksgiving.
Oh. Did he like Thanksgiving?
He liked it, but he thought Founders Day was better. And it's also like a modern slasher film.
Then it would be hard for me to trust his judgment. Yeah, we loved Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I saw Lover Beer said he hated it. We thought it was great. Yeah. Director Eric Bloomquist, who I think actually was on the show years ago. Eric Bloomquist. Slasher movie Founders Day. It's going to limited release January 19th. It's about it's a horror movie about the election day. Mayoral election at the center of this one in a newly created. It's just a promo about it. This isn't. This is more of a story about it than actual. Just what it's about.
It's weird you mentioned the election, and I'm not going to talk about politics, but looking at these films and realizing what is before and after their upcoming United States presidential election. The one before it is Terrifier, that comes out on October 25th. And after, on December 25th, is Nosferatu. It's ways away, but I know many of us are very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, very excited. And then that picture I showed last week only amped up my excitement. So
Yeah, the one of him like
yeah, I
looking
loved
like
it. You
he's
could
out
tell
of
that Willem Dafoe is having an amazing time.
yes, I'm
Here's
excited.
Founders Day. That's a pretty
Gothic
cool
tale of
poster.
obsession between a haunted young woman and the terrifying vampire infatuated with her, causing untold horror in its wake. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't
Here's
know about
Founders
the
Day.
year.
A series of ominous murders rocks a small town just days before a heated mayoral election. As accusations fly and the threat of a mass killer darkens every corner, residents must race against time to uncover the truth.
What? Oh no.
Oh yeah, I did actually have the director's been on the show. So.
Oh really? Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
That's nice to see.
I hope more horror movies are coming out this year because as I scroll through,
He was on in 2020.
Not feeling it.
For the movie.
Oh, that
10
wasn't
minutes
very long ago.
No. Him and Caroline Williams were on for 10 Minutes to Midnight, which is actually a really good movie too.
Did you see this film Speak No Evil that came out? Okay, so it's a weird picture. I'll send it anyways.
It sounds familiar, but it could just be like a term that's used a lot.
It is not from America and it is being remade in America. So the picture will not look familiar. It says Speak No Evil was certainly one of the most brutal movies of 2022. As a matter of fact, it is one of the more brutal offerings in recent memory. An American remake is on the way, starring James McAvoy and directed by Eden Lake's James Watkins' original screenplay. Just in case you've forgotten the synopsis of Speak No Evil, and it isn't seared into your nightmares like it is for us, in the original 2022 movie, a Danish family visits a Dutch family they meet on a holiday. In a tale of killer good manners, what was supposed to be an idyllic weekend slowly starts unraveling as the Danes try to stay polite in the face of unpleasantness. That doesn't sound brutal, it sounds silly. But apparently it's brutal, so I'm curious. And I have a feeling probably the original one will be better than the American one.
Probably. That's usually.
You haven't heard of this? You're not aware of it?
No. Poster or that image is pretty cool.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with the Dutch. What is this? What is this?
Oh, is this from the chat?
Yeah. Shady bunch.
Damn Dutchman. Whoa, the Flying Dutchman.
I never saw the Flying Dutchman. Was it any good?
Nah, I don't know either.
I love how the Beetlejuice picture is just of Tim Burton on set. It always makes me question the value of a movie is when the advertisements are of the filmmakers and not of.
Yeah, I don't like and also don't like the BTS trailers where it's like people are talking out of character about the movie. I don't think that I like the trailer to be like you lost in the movie. Like I know we interview people on here, but I think that it's weird when the trailer is like, this is The Rock and I play blah blah blah. And I'm like,
That can be after the movie or.
Yeah, not to hype you up for the movie. So I did ask for questions, and some people sent some in actually. Here.
Oh, very nice. What are they? Are they
Tommy Kovac?
That name sounds real familiar.
Who would your final dream guest be when you hang it all up?
Oh my god.
Well,
gosh.
A lot of them would not be around anymore. But let's see, living. Maybe Willem Dafoe. Now we should talk about Willem Dafoe. That'd be pretty sweet,
right? Man,
because I remember Willem Dafoe being on Mark Maron's podcast. So Willem Dafoe doesn't do a lot of interviews, and he was on WTF with Mark Maron, and like he did not enjoy it. He said like I think his son or something told him to do the show. And Mark kept asking him about like all like the big movies, and he's like, "You're just all about the tentpole movies, aren't you?" And like I don't think he really cared about talking about like the great big movies that everyone probably asked him about. He probably wanted to talk about something a little more interesting to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always liked Willem Dafoe, but I also got a lot more. I've always had respect for him, but I thought it was really cool during the pandemic. He actually did an interview for the Coolidge, a virtual interview, and it was to help raise money for the Coolidge when it was not sure it was going to stay open because no one could go there and he raised money. And I was like, that's really cool that he's doing this because he obviously doesn't need to. And I assumed he was doing it, just because like the idea of keeping a historic theater open meant something to him. So I thought that was really cool of him.
It's awesome. Yeah.
And I guess John Carpenter would be pretty cool too.
That's true. I mean, I guess the question is the person we have on going to be nice to us? Is that part of the fantasy?
Right.
Will they actually engage in conversation?
Yeah.
Because my answer will probably be different.
Right. Yes.
I mean, John Carpenter, it sounds like he was really cool in Colbert. I wish I could see the whole episode. But it seemed like he had a sense of humor.
Yeah. I guess Willem Dafoe's not necessarily like a lot of horror stuff, but I just think he'd be cool.
Yeah. Right? I feel like this should be so easy to answer, but we interview so many amazing people.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the real big people that we haven't had on are unfortunately no longer with us, and honestly, had a lot of people
that have passed. No question, hands down. If we could interview people that were no longer alive, if they were alive, it would be Vincent Price.
Vincent Price. Boris Karloff for me would be up there.
I would be Vincent Price.
Anthony Perkins. I mean, it'd be pretty sweet.
Vincent Price. The end, full stop. It would be Vincent Price. And I don't have that now. I don't have someone that's like, oh my god. Anthony Hopkins would be cool. I know he's not a horror actor.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a huge
Jack Nicholson.
Character. Oh yeah, that's a good.
I mean, he seems like kind of a dick, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, I don't know. So there are people that are like big people, but I don't know if I actually want to talk to all of them. It'd have to be someone I really respect.
I mean, throughout the history of all my interviewing anyone, a lot of times. I mean, it's great to have really big name people, but I love having people on of stuff that I grew up with watching, even if it's not necessarily the giant name.
Roger Corman.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah.
And he is still alive. Mm-hmm. That would be amazing. To me, that would be a really incredible guest to have.
Yeah. I was really disappointed. I think it was maybe 2 years ago. Rico Browning, who I tried to get on many, many times throughout the years, was going to do the show, and then he got sick, and then things went down. But so that didn't work out. But I don't know. There's a lot of great people. It would be cool to have on the show.
So, do you have a modern person?
I said Willem Dafoe.
Oh, yes.
Or John Carpenter.
I mean, you could fall in love with it. It just depends. You can feel your feelings. It's how you act on those feelings that matters.
Right. There's a documentary
about the donkey.
No, about people like marrying animals and stuff.
I thought there was one about a guy who fell in love with a donkey or something and doesn't have a girlfriend.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought it was something you told me about.
Maybe that's part of it. But the other documentary I'm thinking about has like a lot of different people in. I'm trying to think of someone a little older than Willem Dafoe that would still be around. I'll have to think about this. Mike Bessler, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the 1970s trend of killer animal and insects films like Piranha, Ants, and Grizzly.
What is it?
Our thoughts on the 1970s trend of killer animal and insect films like Piranha, Ants, and Grizzly.
Grizzly was bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
That I remember of it.
It's not good. I'm a fan of Piranha. I don't know if I've probably seen Ants, but I don't really have memories of it.
I'm trying to go through the creatures. I remember when I was really, really, really little. That would be, I don't know if it was Saturday. It's like a blur, but it was either
I guess
Saturday
you put in Jaws
afternoon.
in that too.
It was probably like creature double feature, and sometimes it would be like the ants or the spiders or whatever. And it was too mature for me and my little mind to grasp, but I was not captivated by those. But I'm trying to think of some of the other monster things. What are some other things you could think of? Like giant
Jaws, Orca, the killer whale.
Orca is scary.
That's a good movie.
That was really scary. I remember that one from being really little, and that was terrifying. Terrifying.
Cujo, I guess.
Double featured. Vic saw a double feature of Piranha and Humanoids from the Deep.
I'm a huge fan of Humanoids from the Deep. I love. It's actually in one of the little trailers I made for the Saturday show. There's a Humanoids in the Deep, isn't it? That movie's awesome. I saw it at the drive-in. I was sad I tried to get the female director of that on, and then I was disappointed to find out that like she doesn't like the movie. So.
Yeah, she won't talk about it, right?
No. So
I think I might have been there for that.
Squirm with the killer earthworms.
That one's newer, right?
There is one from the 90s, isn't there? Empire of the Ants starring Joan Collins looked really dumb. I remember them with the giant ants, but that's like 50s, isn't it? I don't know. Is there any? I don't know if they do that too much anymore. I remember not that long ago. It's probably early 2000s. It's a movie, Kimono. It's about a killer kimono dragon.
Oh,
I actually liked it. That was a good movie. Oh, and then there's all those crocodile ones with Betty White.
With Betty White?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, when
crocodile
she's like,
what with Betty White?
Yeah, when she's like feeds people to. What's the movie with Betty White?
I don't know. Where she's feeding people to a crocodile.
Yeah.
Not the one with Robert Englund.
No, this is like much later.
I don't know. I was gonna say. I'm trying to look for things, and there's
Lake Placid.
Oh, that's more. See, to me, that's more recent. But
yeah, no, it's definitely recent. She's old. She's old.
It's not recent. No, we're old.
Yeah,
it's not recent at all. But more recent. Apparently, I'm trying to find some stuff to jog my mind, and there's a movie that I haven't seen that sounds pretty great called The Uncanny from 1977, in which Peter Cushing and Ray Milland had a cast of people who were forever screaming while being covered in cats. So that I find that fascinating.
Yeah, that sounds. I'm into this.
There's something in 1976 called Dogs Casually Insulting Your Average Monster Screenplay. One character explains, giant ants and scorpions and lizards are just products of an ignorant screenwriter who never took biology. He's lecturing students on the hive mind, which makes creatures like ants work towards a single purpose. Lucky, other animals don't do the same, right? Oh. So, I guess there's dogs. Devil Bat. Wow. Oh, I never saw this. The Wild Beast movie. Is that the one that we saw as a trailer at the Coolidge where there was like a lion that...
No, wasn't that like Roar or something?
That's what it is. Yes.
They don't make... I'm trying to think of... I don't think they make just like killer animal movies too much anymore. It's usually like...
I'm thinking that some of these movies really are the source of some of my phobias. Like It Came From Beneath the Sea has this giant... It's black and white. It's from 1955. It's this giant octopus that's like invading the shoreline. It's a very scary picture to me. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Oh, you know, it'd be a good guess, Caroline Monroe. She's in Dr. Phibes.
Oh. Well,
She's in some of the Hammer horror movies.
try to grab her.
She's
Not
a
literally.
maniac. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be sweet.
I did like Night of the Creeps, but that is also maybe it's not new, that's for sure. But that's the one with all the slugs.
Frogs, yes, frogs. 1, 2 here, and the Killer Shrews. That one's not good. But...
Killer Shrews, my goodness. Man, there's all kinds of cool things.
Night of the Lupines. Is that how you say it?
Night of the Lepus.
Let's see. That was a good question, though, Mike Bessler.
Very good.
Derek Neal. If it were possible to either locate the cutscenes to Event Horizon or refilm them to create a director's cut, should it be done?
Yes.
Or is the film fine the way it is? No, I say definitely should be done.
Do it. Do it. I love that movie so much, and there's no way. Like, there's so much that could have been way more graphic because the movie is pretty graphic.
Because it's not a perfect movie, so there was something that could be improved on, I think. Not like to remake the whole thing, but to add stuff that was cut out.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I wouldn't say it's a perfect movie, but I forget to put that into my top list of horror movies. I love it, love it, love it. I think it's great and very scary.
Troy Olke, who's by the way, he's a regular on the Severed Limbs. Severed Limbs 15 is coming up. There's only 2 weeks left to submit your film.
Wow.
So get those in. We don't have a ton yet. I think we have about 20, which actually is pretty good now that I think about it.
Yeah. It's not hard. When did you first post about it?
Probably after the last one, but I mean, I posted about it today.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we actually got a new submission. I post about it. But Troy Olke, of all the major horror franchise Final Girls, if they were all in one movie and all but one died, which final girl would be the final girl?
Ripley.
No, that's a good one. She's pretty badass.
She is. She is.
Yeah.
She's not a scream queen.
No. And she was battling the fucking alien. She's not just fighting some goof with a mask on.
Yeah. Yep. She knows technology. She can handle weapons. She's athletic. She's clever. She has so much going for her. Like
realistic. It's realistic. Everything that works. Yeah.
Who can you think of that would even stand a chance against Ripley?
Yeah, because like you think of the other ones, like Halloween's really cool, but she'd get her ass kicked by the teenager girl. What else she gonna do against Ripley?
Yeah. Now, is this that they're fighting each other or just surviving?
Just surviving, I guess. So I guess she could go hide or something. But still, I would say Ripley's going to be the one that is going to do the most. So.
Yeah. But imagine if they all fought each other.
Ripley would really win then, I think.
Destroy everybody. I think she would, because of the way her character was an alien, she would probably do her best to get everyone to survive.
Right.
Because that's what she does in her own, in all the other movies from Alien series.
Those movies sucked anyway. He's not talking about Alien movies, is he? Oh, Expendables. Oh. Expendables, not Alien. All right. Yeah, they're pretty rotten. I actually walked out of the last one. I went to see it. I don't really know why. I've never liked any of them. And then I was watching. I was like, why am I watching this? It was especially bad, though, that last one.
Who was in it this time?
All the same people.
Is it? Don't I guess they keep making money.
Yeah. It was really bad. It was really super corny humor. It was especially bad. Emma Dark doing a bit of an M. Night Shyamalan. By the way, Emma Dark, actually very cool of her. She was in a movie with Caroline Monroe.
Oh, nice.
doing a bit of M. Night Shyamalan binge. So maybe what do you think his best work to date is, and what could be next? I mean, I have to go with The Sixth Sense, honestly.
I'm gonna have to look because I think I don't remember all of them. I know I don't remember all of them.
I'm not a fan of the majority of his films, I'll have to say.
I have one that is not The Sixth Sense, but I'm gonna look at the rest of them first. But definitely, I have one that I prefer to The Sixth Sense. It's not a horror movie. Let's see. Yeah. He made The Last Airbender.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
It's a great cartoon. All
Yeah,
right.
I've heard the movie is bad. I've never seen it.
Unbreakable is awesome.
Mm.
I don't like Signs, but I do like Unbreakable. Signs I found was like pretty good build up. I remember seeing it in the theater. And then when you actually see the alien, I was just like,
I like
done.
Signs, actually.
I was so disappointed.
I'm not a huge Unbreakable fan. I know a lot of people love it.
Really? Why?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe you should revisit it.
Maybe. The Village is awful. Lady in the Water I actually thought wasn't bad. Most people hate it. The Happening is just it's laughably bad.
Did we see that together?
I don't think so. I think it came out before we knew each other, I think. 2008.
Oh.
That movie, literally, they show a bush like going. Like people are supposed, it's a fucking bush. It's so rotten. If you just edit into a comedy, it would be awesome.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Split. I like Split.
Alien. Dave, and yeah, I've got people on my page. Yes. Mr. Glass. They call me Mr. Glass. I need to see that movie again. I loved it, and I haven't seen it in a long time.
Split was good. Glass was not.
Oh, Glass itself. I was thinking of Mr. Glass from Unbreakable.
Yeah.
It was so good. I did not see Glass. I guess I can't fairly.
I made this joke many times.
Yes.
Never on the show though. So I walked by the Sandwich Glass Museum, and they always have the sign out there, glass blowing Sundays, whatever. And I'm like, man, these guys really love M. Night Shyamalan.
No.
Yeah, I should watch Unbreakable again because I actually liked Split, and I liked that it was an origin story for.
I feel like some of these are real good pop-ups over on the side, man.
Three Amigos with the singing bush.
Start back in time to do them in order.
Let's see. Dave Deadman, Unbreakable. Agreed. Annabelle Signs, Lost Me at the Alien. It's fine with me. I like it. Glass was pretty cool. I didn't like Glass. I liked Split though. Looking back, I do think Glass probably has a reason it's not so great, and that was probably Bruce Willis was starting to deteriorate.
Wait, was Glass the follow-up from Unbreakable?
Yeah. No, it's the third one. It's the third one.
What's the second one?
The second movie is Split, and then the third movie is Glass with all three.
Shit. Oh, wow.
Split's really good. Glass is the one with all three, with Mr. Glass, like the guy from Split and the guy from Unbreakable. The Happening is so bad. That's gotta be one of the worst movies I think I've ever seen. The Happening.
Really?
Even the name, The Happening. Three Amigos with the singing bush. The idea behind The Happening is not bad, but the movie is so bad.
I saw something. Oh, Lover of Beers asked about sending picture links. Should people send them to your Facebook?
Yeah, send them to my Facebook. I don't think we can post them in here into this part. Or I guess you could email them to withoutyourheadhorror@gmail.com.
Will you get those during? Like, I think the like purpose would be for you to be able to like show
Yeah,
something.
that's why to do them withoutyourheadhorror@gmail.com, because that's the email I'm logged into to do the show.
Oh, so it would pop up.
Yeah, I won't get them at the other. I'll get them at the other ones, but on my phone. But withoutyourheadhorror@gmail.com, I'll get for the show.
See that?
Boom!
Telling
Yeah,
you,
that's
that's fucking terrifying. Jesus.
Octopus. See, that's why you didn't want to get that one fairy tale role. Or no, it was the musical role with the octopus.
No, octopus in reality are very smart, and I don't want to get. I don't. They're like cool aliens.
There
I don't
is a
wanna mess
theory
with
that they
octopus.
literally are aliens. That
Might be.
that squid and octopus actually did get here from the.
I think squid are kind of dumb, but octopus are really
Well, I
up
mean, they're related. and
high.
everything, but-
Hmm.
And they're unlike anything else in the world.
Well,
It's interesting.
there's microscopic things that are. Did you hear about starfish? That the starfish is like a head without a neck, something like that. It's like it's like a head. So it's like mouth is like facing down, and all of the stuff around it is like I don't know about that. That was a pretty recent scientific thing that came out, and I'm just like, that's a real stretch because there are a lot of undersea creatures that are totally symmetrical, and I don't know if you can compare them to something that has like a spine.
Did he send this to? Oh, here we go.
I do not know.
Yep. All right, I'm going to download this. You want me to post this on the show, lover of beers?
Starfish are heads.
And we can also save it. Here's my picture. Oh, I see. Oh, no, hold on. That's not exactly what I thought. See, I also at the same time I'm having people send me photos for something else. This is not what I thought it was.
Oh.
But if you want to email a picture, lover of beers, it's to withoutyourheadhorror@gmail.com. The other thing, just so people know it's something weird or anything, we launched the Kickstarter for the Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2, and it met its goal in 36 hours. We made the 10 grand in 36 hours. Pretty amazing. And I've decided to do something cool for every person who donated, and that is you are getting a retro Once a Future Smash trading card of you. But you got to give me permission, send me the name you want to use and a picture. And I've actually been getting a whole bunch of them. So
that's
throughout
awesome.
the show. And so I'm going to do them for everyone who's donated as a special thank you.
That's really sweet. That's very cool, Neal.
Yes. I thought
Did they get a physical card?
No, but it'll be virtual one they can use on social
as
media.
Long as they know.
Yeah. No, they know.
Here's your card. Yeah. I'm already disappointed. What the hell, Neal?
Well, I mean, some people donated. Nothing against it. It's great they donated $1, but I mean, it would cost more to make it than it would be to.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
But yeah, no, thank you, Annabelle. Did not know that. Actually, Jittery John donated. I didn't expect that. Thank you, Mr. John out there. Ashley, donated quite a bit. So good. Thank you. Lots of people did. Over 100 people did. I think so.
You have a lot of a lot of people involved in that. You know, they're very respected in the horror community, and we've got that kind of respect. Yourself, Michael, Sophia, the people involved in the film, you can get things done. That's awesome.
Oh, Dave, you could still get something. Don't worry, man. Whenever you, I mean, no one has to, but if you would like to, there's no time limit. I'm going to send these to everyone who donates while it's running. So it's not today only. And when I say that we met our goal in 36 hours, that doesn't mean it's over, because yeah. And, that was the bare minimum to get anything released. So that doesn't even start to cover all the cost of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because these movies were all self-funded.
Yeah. And at this point, it sounds like, and I think can you play that during the show? Can you play the trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Neal Jones is a starring role in this Kickstarter, whatever the fuck crowdfunding thing is.
Yeah, and if you can't donate, that's totally fine. I understand. But a lot of people sharing it, that helps too.
Mm-hmm. Spread the word.
Okay, give me 1 second. It just takes me a second to get this ready.
Yeah, that's fine.
I start playing it.
Dave, these two movies are crazy. They're very different from each other.
The what?
The styles are very different. Well, you've got the Once and Future Smash, and then
right. You'll get a Once and Future Smash card. The other ones are much more time consuming to make, and I would need like specific kinds of pictures. But
I do love that one of the things you can do is be in the film as someone in the audience in a scene with an audience. It would be your voice. You'd be just say, I don't know if they're going to have lines for people to say or what. I think that's very funny. I don't have that kind of money to throw at it. So
right.
people, I think it's like $1,000.
I can't say who on the show,
Maybe.
but I got a couple new people that are going to be in the physical release of the movie, so it's very cool.
Very nice, very nice.
And they may also be on the show at a future date.
Cool. Excellent. All right.
Hi, I'm Sophia Cassiola.
I'm Neal Jones.
I'm Michael J. Epstein.
We are thrilled to present the Kickstarter campaign for the Once and Future Smash and the almost lost 1970 film End Zone 2.
These films tell a story of two actors, Mikey Smash, played by Michael St. Michaels, and William Mouth, played by Bill Whedon,
who both portrayed the football slasher Smash Mouth in the up until now lost 1970 film End Zone 2.
Set against the vibrant backdrop of the Mad Monster Party convention, the Once and Future Smash tells the story of their rivalry to secure the role of Smash Mouth in the reboot?
Sequel that starts 1 hour into End Zone 2, ignoring the last 30 minutes.
And End Zone 3.
And End Zone 3D!
That story is also interwoven with insights from horror legends on the film's impact and legacy.
What sets our Kickstarter apart is that our films are almost complete. They played nearly 20 festivals worldwide, winning accolades and critical praise.
Why the need for funding?
We started in 2019, targeting a release date in 2020 or early 2021.
Completing these films has been a challenging journey, marked by pandemic-related delays and industry strikes.
Rather than running a pre-production Kickstarter, we decided to self-fund and incur significant debt, all banking on distributor interest.
But the distribution scene has evolved, with streaming competition reducing upfront investment in independent films.
Despite enthusiasm from numerous distributors, none committed to covering our production costs or ensuring a quality physical release, which we feel is essential for these films.
This shift in the industry has led us to decide on self-distribution, allowing us to maintain the integrity and control of both the physical and digital releases.
Our immediate fundraising target is $10,000.
Crucial for producing a 2-disc Blu-ray set featuring both films with bonus content.
A VHS edition of End Zone 2.
And a novelization that includes the story from the lost portion of the film.
Beyond this, we're aiming to eventually raise an additional $60,000 in deferred costs and debt, and to support promotional activities through this campaign and later through film sales and rentals.
Supporting this campaign offers unique rewards, including
the physical releases,
a voice role opportunity,
and various producer credits in the Once and Future Smash.
This is your chance to be part of a project that's already a critical and audience success.
We now invite you to join us on this exciting venture to help us bring these distinctive films to a wider audience.
Thank you for your support and consideration.
Touchdown!
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 Hi, I'm
cool.
Oddly enough, that's the first time I saw that version. The first version I saw, which must have been before they added a lot of my stuff. So,
oh, that's the only version I saw. That's why I was like, Neal, you're literally in there as much as they are.
Yeah. Cool.
Because you are.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
you feel better now?
Yeah.
Good. All
So
right.
yeah. So hopefully that's all right.
So yeah, guys, folks out there, it's awesome. There's already a lot of people who have contributed.
Yeah. I was trying to
So-
find my 3D sunglasses. I thought I had them down here, but
So
Mhm.
how you feeling?
I had
about it?
those at the Brattle, and I was like,
3D
I'm gonna
glasses?
wear these for this video here.
Oh, cool, yo. So what
Yeah,
happens
no,
next
I'm
with this
very
whole
excited.
thing?
It's $10,370, 111 backers. That's a lot of cards I gotta make. Send in your picture.
No one made you do it, Neal.
No, that was my idea. It was all my idea. I'm happy to do it. I think it's cool. I think it's people deserve obviously a thank you, but a little something extra. This has been like 4 years in the making, a big part
Wow.
of all 3 of our lives, me, Michael, and Sophia. So to get it out there is very special to me.
Hmm.
One of the best experience ever around the show was the LA US premiere that Annabelle came out to. That was a really great time. And it was the first time a lot of the cast got to see the movie, and it was really a special experience. Can you? Yes, actually, I made an easy link. So you go to withoutyourhead.com/touchdown, and it'll bring you there. But I'll post it right here as well.
Is you had this amazing thing you did in one of the shows where you ran like a thing across the bottom of the screen,
Yeah, I can do that.
like the news. That was awesome. I really like that. What am I doing? Oh, I was getting the Kickstarter thing. Boop. Boop. Shoopa-doop.
Boop-a-doop.
Oh, yours is a much better link.
Yeah, that's why I made that. That was easy. Yeah, I should do this more often during the show. Put this up for whatever, to subscribe or anything.
We got it going on.
By the way, please subscribe. We're really getting close to the hitting, what is it, the next one? 5,000.
Really?
Yeah. I think we're like 80 away, 87 away, something like that.
Awesome. Really? That's very close.
Yeah.
Bigfoot. What? Bigfoot versus the Illuminati? Amazing. I love the title. There's no way that's not enjoyable, even if enjoyably bad. I'm looking it up right
The movie
now.
recommendation to any of you missed it. Bigfoot versus the Illuminati. Is this a documentary?
Wow.
I'm not. Lover Beer says he sent. I don't see anything here yet.
This is really quite silly. Let me see. I'll send you this image.
Without your head horror@gmail.com, Lover Beers. He said he sent a photo. I'm not seeing it.
Sent you the poster for this Bigfoot thing. There is an awesome Bigfoot movie I saw.
He sent it to just the Plain Without Your Head one, which is fine. I just got to forward it over to my other.
What did I see? I don't remember if I talked about it on the show. It's so great. Bigfoot movie. Why is signs popping? Oh, never mind. Burp.
Lover of Beers, you're not actually. I thought you might have been someone else that I thought you might have been, but you're not.
Who do you think it was?
I don't want to stay on the show here. I'm glad he's not.
Oh. Ooh. Bigfoot. Movies. Should say
no one I know. That's all it says.
Sasquatch movies.
Sasquatch
exists. Have you seen it? It's so great. It's from 2014. I saw it on Tubi because I watched when I was in my. I'm going to watch every Larry Fessenden thing I can get my hands on. He had like a Wendigo movie, and so Tubi goes through its Tubi ways, and it gave me this movie called Exists that I really enjoyed.
Was it Larry
I think you'd
Fessenden
like
or was
it.
someone else make
It's
it?
not. It's just
Someone makes it though.
let's
Well, obviously.
see.
I
Eduardo
think it's someone.
Sanchez.
Oh yeah, we just had him on the
directed it.
show too.
No.
Yeah, the director
Yes.
of
That's an interesting coincidence.
yeah. What? Now we have a reason to get him back. He was so nice. Remember, talked about Star Wars and stuff.
Yes. He was awesome. 4 or 5 friends. It was a chance for summer. I think you're putting up. Oh, what is this?
Yeah, it's gonna be easier.
What are we looking at here?
These are from Lover Beers. Holy shit, that saw is huge. That
Wow.
saw is bigger than the Lover Beers.
That is crazy. Damn, man.
Here's a nubbins. A story about that nubbins. One time they were bringing it back from Charlotte, and it was on the plane, and they got stopped because they thought they had like a corpse with them because they checked it in the plane. Caroline Williams, who I just mentioned, she was in that Eric Bloomquist movie.
Oh,
I'm a big
She's
fan of
super
hers as well.
nice.
We should get her back on sometime.
yeah. I don't know if I've been in her interview, but she
I don't
seems
think
super
so.
nice. I
And
don't
she's
think
been
so
on-
either.
Yeah, she's been on 2 or 3 times, but I don't think anytime you've been on, actually.
No.
She was on with Eric Bloomquist. I think I just had her on just by herself once, which she may have been. And then also had her on for the remake of Blood Feast.
Oh.
Ah,
Maybe
Sid
I was
Haig.
there.
Where was this Lover Beers?
Oh, R.A. I hope he's doing good.
Yeah.
He was so cute. It was always him and Kane Hodder. It's like it seemed like Kane Hodder was like always looking out for R.A. Like R.A. is just this big teddy bear, and Kane is looking out for him. They'd
and,
always sit next to each other.
That would be a good one to make it into the Without Your Head cards is R.A. Mihailoff. And it would if I'd have to make a back for these two. And part of his trivia would be he is the man who named me Nasty Neal.
What?
The first time I was named Nasty Neal was by R.A. Mihailoff on Without Your
Really?
Head episode. He just called me
Wow.
Nasty Neal on the show, and I thought it sounded pretty awesome, so I kept it.
Dang. That's amazing.
Mhm.
I love that.
This is
Camille Keaton? No, that's not. What am I thinking of? I looked at a house. What am I doing?
Yeah. What is her name?
Terry.
Oh, yes.
Terry McMinn.
Mm-hmm. Also former guest on the show.
Hmm.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
That guy. He's so nice.
Yeah. One of the nicest guys around. Oh, Bob Elmore.
You know that guy.
Yeah.
Chainsaw is 5'6" long. Holy crap.
Damn. Oh, I talked Alan Danziger. I talked to him a few years ago about doing the show, and he was into it. And then something came up we never set up, so we'll have to get him on the show sometime. One of the few people we've never actually had on the show from Texas Chainsaw. That one's a little hard to see. Oh, is that Adam Green? I think it's Adam Green. Hey! That's the truck driver.
That's crazy.
Who brought me meat. So we had him on the show. Annabelle, you weren't around at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned barbecue because he was going to be at Texas Frightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh, you can't get good barbecue in Dallas. I was like, where's the best barbecue? He's like, in Austin. And so I went and I was like, hey. And he's like, and he brought me barbecued meat from Austin. And I was like, this is pretty amazing. Felissa Rose Very cool. Always with the crazy eyes. Joe Bob
Mhm.
came up earlier on the show. And what's her name? The male girl? Darcy the male girl. Oh, this guy's one of the Gamorrean guards, which I was a huge fan
Oh,
of Gamorrean
cool.
guards as a kid. Very cool. Very nice. Thank you, Lover of Beers. I'm
Yeah,
glad that
absolutely.
that you found the show
Yeah.
again. Maybe you've been
Oh,
listening.
yeah.
I don't know, but
The Cult and Horror Festival. Yeah, I remember when they created that. They were trying to get the gas station going, and I had made a fan page for the actual gas station because this was years ago now. The original actual place, the gas station, Texas Chainsaw, was in such disrepair. It was kind of like becoming a place that could get just destroyed. So there's a lot of fear about that. So someone was trying to buy it and was trying to raise awareness. Neal, you don't even look like the same person.
I know. I was like, just
It's
look at that. Geez.
crazy.
So that's Ed Gwynn giving me meat from
Jesus. You don't look like the same person.
No, it's probably not my heaviest there.
Well, good job not being unhealthy and not dying.
Thank you.
It's pretty important to staying friends as your non-death.
Like,
I mean, maybe you'll be a ghost. Maybe you'll believe.
No,
in
I'd
the
rather be. I'd rather
you're
be.
dead.
Yeah. Yeah, even that shirt, that's probably like a 4X and it barely fits me.
I need to know the sizes of women upper X and men upper X. It's very hard to find that information because I have a shirt to give to someone that's not you that is a women's shirt, and I need to know if it's going to fit them. But yeah, it was a good job not dying. He had to work at that. He had to work to make the not dying happen.
Yes. Ed Gwynn, really fun guest on the show. Honestly, everyone we've ever talked to from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, all around, all very, very sweet people. Not even just the original. I think all of them. Even if I might not even like all the sequels and stuff, I think the people we always talk to are very nice.
Yeah. I think we get some really wonderful people on the show all around.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of people I was just like...
Very, very few. I could think of a couple. It's honestly very few. Very, very few. Only a handful of people.
Oh, I know one, but I won't name their name.
Yeah, I could think of a couple,
hung up
but
on
very
a
little.
guest. I hung up. I won't say who.
I'm jealous of that mug I got. I think I need to get one.
It's so nice. I love it. It's beautiful. And when we were at the restaurant,
I'm glad you like the color too, because I picked that one out for you.
It's perfect. And I didn't get to see the color really when we were in the restaurant because the restaurant was so dark. I knew it was beautiful, but then I was like, oh my God, it's like water or clouds or whatever. That's so great. I really do love it.
I posted this in the group. I don't know if we're really talking about it, but Bloody Disgusting put up their 10 horror books of the year, and it's probably none any of us have read, but I was happy that they did that because it's not something we talk about on the show, and it might give me some ideas of stuff I could find on audiobook.
I wonder if we could get someone to review audiobooks.
I would like to, I've tried. It's a big ordeal to read, a whole book.
That's why I don't mean you.
I know that. I'm just saying it's hard. It's kind of hard sometimes to find someone to do that.
Anyone out
but
there?
I would love to if someone out there would be interested. Because we
Yeah,
used to
anyone
get
out
offered
there
a lot of books.
Yeah. If you love audiobooks, approach Neal Jones. See what happens.
I know. Yeah, that's a ticket.
Jeez, it's early. It was a hard day at work.
This cover's pretty cool though. Let me show it real quick. It's the #1 book.
Dave.
I'm just
Dave
doing
has
share
good
screen instead of
comments.
download it. Look, it's this giant. It's not coming up.
Whoa.
There we go.
That's what
I
I'm
like
talking
that.
about.
The
These
big ass
underwater
whale, dude.
things.
That's creepy.
That's what I think about. I'm just gonna get me. You don't even realize it's
I have to
there.
I might have to find this one.
That's another idea I have about. I don't even want to give that one away because I don't
That
think
was
it's
their
been done.
#1.
Interesting.
Whale Fall.
It is not 9:16.
Jay
here
Gardner
today.
feels
It
a
is-
tremendous weight.
Hmm?
Jay Gardner feels a tremendous weight of guilt over his father's passing, so much so that he decides to retrieve his father's remains from the sea. But his solo dive proves to be a grave mistake when an 80-foot, 60-ton sperm whale swallows him whole amidst a fierce battle with another sea creature. Daniel Krause's brisk-paced novel toggles between survival, horror, and an eternal journey through grief in the most propulsive way possible. Jay's keen survival instincts and the insanely disturbing obstacles. Like, this keeps moving around. It's hard to read. There's like ads that pop up and down. That comes from being swallowed alive, gets grounded by the melancholy process of forgiveness. It results in the most pulse-pounding fast read of the year, making it no surprise that a movie adaptation is already in development.
Interesting. From the little things that they said, I would just think that sounds ridiculous. But
Yeah, it
if
sounds like too much
went-
stuff that the whale is also fighting a sea creature, I think.
yeah, it's so much. But then talking about like this darkness that's going on in every corner, I'm like, well, now I'm curious. Like, it's at the top. There's got to be a reason for that. So I'm very curious. Dave's nightmares. Well, first, his review comment is really funny about being an audiobook reviewer.
It was good.
No.
Oh, by the way,
But then
I mentioned last week I started reading Psycho. I'm not too much left of it. And I didn't
Yeah.
realize that Robert Bloch also wrote Psycho 2 in 1983. So it was like
Called Psycho
27
2?
Yeah. He wrote a book, and then the I guess because they were talking about doing the movie, and the studio like despised the book and didn't even want him to release it. But he released it anyway, and it sounds interesting. So I'm gonna try to find an audio version of it and check it out. Then they put out the movie version, the next year, but it was a completely different story.
Interesting. Well, I wonder if it's good. Psycho 2 as a book title is
Yeah, it's not a great title.
no.
That's what they call the movie too. But
Well, I just noticed. Oh, yeah.
I used to have nightmares that I was sinking in the ocean, and there was like reflections of something huge down there reaching for me.
I had for years when I was a kid this idea of what if I went to hell, what hell would be like. And for people who've been in swimming pools that they're all blue, like the liner is all that aqua blue.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be just me with my eyes unable to blink, just into this vast, imperceptible blue. Like you don't know how far away or where things end. It's just blue, all the same tone. There's no shadows, no darkness, no nothing. And then there's this tiny, tiny dot. And I can't blink. I can't look away. And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I can tell it's a shark. And closer it gets, it's a great white and its mouth is open. And it just comes closer and closer, like closer and closer and closer, and I can't do anything. And I just end up going like into its mouth and being chewed up violently, and then it just starts again. That would be my hell.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just being eaten by a shark forever.
Forever. I thought about that even before I knew about Greek mythology.
I was gonna say it sounds
These
very
monkeys. Yeah, like Sisyphus and all these happy dudes. Yeah, it's so scary, Dave. My sharks and oceans and everything. Not that I don't love the ocean, but I don't really want to be in it.
These are from the. These are also lover beers from the. I think it's just gonna play like this. That's kind of cool.
Nice.
Oh, from the Warriors. Warriors come out to play. I like that shirt. I like those. I forget the name of that artist who does the shirts, and we also played some of the games. Have fun with chainsaws for beginners. Oh. Let's see. Barbecue.
Where barbecue is still slaughtered. Dos Equis.
In memory of those who went before us, like that.
Oh, plaques of past people.
Yeah. Marilyn Burns, Gunnar Hansen, Toby Hooper. Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah.
That's
really cool that they did Save the Gas Station. That was the name of my page, was Save the Gas Station. Yeah, that's awesome that someone did Save the Gas Station.
Oh, wow. It's also from the Warriors. He's also from the Warriors. I know it's not horror, but I think horror people are big fans of the Warriors because like they'll do the conventions and stuff. It's such a weird, I love it, but it's also very weird. It's very stylized, all the gangs. Oh, Lloyd.
Oh.
I think that Lloyd's wearing a Notorious B.I.G. Oh, I think we showed that one, but I think it was when they were playing them all. Oh, is that Michael Baldwin? We had him on the show, but it was before we were doing videos, so I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I remember
there
that.
it is.
Because he was on the same night as another person. Wasn't Alan. No, he was in a movie of a guy.
Oh, yeah, and we had the director on. I think we had all three, Alan Howarth, him, and then the director.
Right. That's right, because Alan did music for the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel bad. I can't remember that guy's name. Michael.
Yeah, the director.
I feel bad. Yeah. That's amazing.
That game does look cool. I'm just not. I bet it's fun.
Probably is fun.
You can either play as the family going around killing folks or one of the people trying to escape.
It's amazing. But it's good. I'm not really great with like the shooter style game.
Yeah, I'm not either. I tried to play the Jason with the Friday 13th one by the same people, and I just was really bad at it and I get frustrated. So I quit.
I guess that one people liked, but then they stopped developing content for it.
Yeah, because of the lawsuit over it.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's what happened. That's sad.
Yeah.
Because it's not like there's competition with another game that they're developing.
No, it's because Sean Cunningham didn't want to give anything to Victor Miller, who wrote the original movie.
Some bullshit.
Victor Miller won. Good for him. But and then people get mad at Victor Miller. It's like the dude wrote the thing, and Sean Cunningham made like multi-billions. Like he can give the guy a little bit. I mean, come on. They're remaking. Oh, go on, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say we got some chat going on the side over here.
Yeah, there's a remake of Spider Baby, which I don't know. I don't know what to. I'll have to see it, but I don't know.
That's happening, or it happened?
It's been made,
but not for like actually distributed.
Yeah,
2023.
Yeah, it's
October 30th, 2023, there was a red carpet premiere of Spider
it has a
Baby
premiere.
somewhere. There's a trailer, apparently. Let me see if I can find it.
The director has been on the show, and he's had stuff in Severed Limbs.
Can you play the trailer?
Probably not.
Ah,
I'd have to ask him.
for a trailer. That's so lame. If the trailer's on YouTube,
I
isn't it
know.
like public everything?
No.
It's dumb.
I got chills. The Saw is family. A place is my happy place. Very cool.
I'm talking about Sid Haig over there.
Yeah, it was very cool. Annabelle and I got to see Spider Baby at the it's a famous theater. It's where they found
The Alamo, right?
Yeah, no,
No, not Alamo.
it's
Ah,
a Texas theater, I think it's called.
I think you might be right.
It's the one where they found Oswald.
Oh,
The Dallas, maybe it's called the Dallas Theater. And the anyway, they showed Spider Baby with Sid Haig there.
in attendance.
In attendance is pretty wild.
There was
Because-
another time with Sid Haig. Oh, were you gonna? Sorry, I didn't mean
I was
to.
going to say it was during Texas Frightmare, and there was a quote unquote bigger movie playing at, I think, Alamo. That I think it was Scream with like the cast of Scream, but that was sold out. So we went to Spider Baby, which to
Oh,
me
I would
is
have been
way
a Spider
cooler.
Baby anyways.
Yeah, it was way cooler. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't care about.
I don't really care either. I'm just saying it was way cooler anyway, and that was the quote unquote smaller movie, but
Yeah.
way cooler to me.
Way. Do you remember? And I'm sure you will. When we were at the Kalamazoo shitstorm fucking convention, which in ways was great.
Yeah.
And they had like a meal for
Yeah.
the like actual guests, of which
Right.
we were included.
Mm-hmm.
And there was barbecue. And so there's big long tables and a separate space. They're not like amazing tables, but
Yeah.
just, set up for people to sit down and eat. And Neal and I were getting stuff. And we sat down next to each other at one end of a table. And then Sid Haig sat across from us. And I don't think we talked at all. I was super intimidated. Like, we weren't buddies or anything. So,
But
we're
yeah,
just
just
scared. I was just
yeah. But I didn't really know too much at the time, but so he's the first guest ever on the show, Sid Haig.
Mhm.
The very first guest. That was very cool. First live show. So when I started doing conventions, Mark Patton and Brian Steele recommended me, which is very nice of them. But then when I started doing some other ones, Sid would suggest me to do his panels, which I didn't know till later, which that was very cool of him to do.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And also it was very neat, very nice I'm not bragging, I watched Sid Haig's table, but the idea that he trusted me to watch his money at his table, I always thought was in LA.
So he knew you. Why didn't he talk to us at the table?
He probably did, but I don't know. He probably just thought we would talk to him. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, what was so when we interviewed him at Rock and
Shock, yeah.
Did he already know you?
He would have known me just from the show, but that was 2005. It wasn't until I started doing that was like because that was before I was doing a lot of the panels at conventions, I think.
Really?
And I may have done the very first I think I only did the first. It was before I did his panels. I think it was I only had done the two at the first Days of the Dead. So it would have been Scream Queens with Mark Patton, PJ Souls, Linnea Quigley, and Heather Langenkamp. And The Men Behind the Mask with Brian Steele, Andrew Bernarski, and Derek Mears.
What happened to that guy?
Well, I think it was one of the last shows he was ever at because, like, he's a real asshole.
He was
And
horrible.
I remember he asked me, he's like, "How long is it supposed to be?" And I was like, "They told me like a half hour." And he goes, "Nope," and he just got up and walked away. But Derek Mears and Brian Steele were there, and they were cool. That was the first panel I ever hosted, and I was like, "What the fuck? This guy just like leaves? What am I
That
supposed
guy
to
is
do?"
horrible. For those who don't know, that's the guy after Gunnar Hansen died. He just trashed Gunnar Hansen like the day he was dead.
Yeah.
What did he say? It was horrible. It was so awful. Like, I don't remember, but it was
He just
a giant
trashed him, but yeah.
thing.
So the Sid Haig, so that interviewed him there. That was the first time I met him in person. And then I did a panel with him and Bill Moseley, which he liked. And then he suggested that I do which was a really big panel for me, was the 10th anniversary of not Devil's Rejects, but or was it Devil's Rejects? No, it's the 10th anniversary House of 1,000 Corpses panel. And him and there's two of the people there suggested me because part of it was they liked me, but they also had a bad experience with someone who hosted the panel at a previous Days of the Dead. I know what it was. The one guy he didn't know me yet. The other guy. And so he wanted someone else to do the panel. And Sid suggested me, which is very nice of them. I ended up doing all the panels at that show. And afterwards, I gotta find his name. He was so happy and hugged me, and he told me about that there was a bad experience. I didn't know any of this till after, but there was a bad experience at a previous Days of the Dead with the guy who hosted the panel.
Wow, that's awful.
I guess like they just started asking about like if they felt guilty over like some kind of violence people were doing. Like it's not. I'm not saying it's not.
It's not something you spring on people.
No. You could ask like Buddy kind of talked about a little bit earlier.
But he brought it there.
Yeah, he brought up, and this is like at a convention that celebrates horror movies and stuff. So.
Yeah. If you're going to have a conversation like that, it's something that the panel people need to know in advance. And the attendees need to know in advance. But yeah, Andrew Benarski's disgusting comments on Gunnar Hansen's death and reaction to fans.
Erwin Keys.
Oh, Erwin Keys.
So early this year, this was 10 years since this, which is really weird because this was the 10th anniversary. Then this year was the 10th anniversary of this. So.
Wow.
But anyways, Sid, me, Erwin Keys, Walter Phelan, who plays Dr. Satan, Greg Gibbs. I'm not sure who Greg Gibbs plays. Robert Mukes, David Reynolds. He's not wearing it there, but Robert Mukes actually bought some of our year of the Evil Genius work shirts from me. David Reynolds. So he has. We need to get a pic. I think I have a picture of him somewhere wearing it. Anyway, and Bill Moseley's wearing like pajama pants, which I think
good for him.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a big highlight for me. That was really cool.
That's awesome. Haven't done panels in a bit.
No, not for a long time. I think the last one I did was Bizarre AC, I think.
Wow. That was a long time. Let me see how long ago it was. It doesn't say.
They can ask whoever they want, but I do find it curious that I've done panels all across the country, but like local festivals could not care less about the convention.
I mean, Who's gonna care? Not care?
I'm just saying.
Like who?
I don't want to call people
Local?
out. Yeah, local ones.
Local that are current?
Yeah.
Are there panels being had at these festivals? Interesting. I'm curious.
Bigfoot versus the Illuminati. It's
That looks like a
time for
very-
war.
It's a very cuddly looking Bigfoot.
I love it. I need to find this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Luddite Supreme. See this Luddites. John Reddy's original name was Luddite Supreme. Him and Lover Beers, two of the original members of the old message board.
Wow.
And Dave Deadman. Dave, was your name Dave Deadman then, or did you have a different? I think he had a different name. This is very cool, though. Very cool. I had something here. If Troy was on, but he's not here tonight, so I don't know anything about it, so I won't bring it up. But it was Midnight Suns is coming to the MCU. I guess it's like a group of horror comic book people, and like they're going to do a movie version. It's like Ghost Rider and stuff. I'm sure it's cool, but I thought Troy would like to talk about it.
Yeah, well, I thought I saw Dustin in the chat earlier.
Yeah, he was in there earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, he had like an LOL.
Yeah. He's popping in and out lately too. It's very cool that a lot of our old buddies are popping up.
Yeah.
Along with some
I gotta do some invitations because I feel like my some of the people don't know unless I invite them. Like by hand. But that's not always easy to do.
Oh, Lover Beer says I fell off the earth for a decade. As Dusty would say, hard times. Well, I'm glad things are going well. It's good to see you. I was very happy. I did tell Annabelle, didn't I? I was like, oh my God, Lover Beers was joining the YouTube. I was like, this is really cool.
That's awesome.
Dave from the Grave. That's right. Dave from the Grave was the original name. They're remaking The Faculty.
Who was in that in the original one?
I don't that's a movie I don't remember much about, but I see people talk about it now like it was this all-time classic, and I'm not saying it's not, but to me it isn't.
Yeah, all-time classic. I don't even know if I saw The Faculty.
Oh, Elijah Wood was in it.
I must have.
1998. I will say this, and it's probably because. All right. Oh, I don't really have a strong connection to any of the 90s. I'm sure there's some I do, but most of the 90s horror I just don't really feel that strongly about.
I feel the same way.
Like Scream is fine.
Our
I don't
friend
really
Seth
love
Heiss.
it.
Yeah, Seth Heiss loves it, but he was a young child in the 90s. And then so
it's probably like a lot of people our age who really who really connect. Like I like 80s horror too. I'm probably more into the 70s or something, but I like a lot of 80s horror too. But I think a lot of people our age are like really into the 80s horror, and I think that's how a lot of people Seth's age are into the 90s horror.
Let's see. Here we got The Ring. What are your thoughts on The Ring? These are the 90s, some of the 90s.
The
horror.
original Ring? I have to admit, I've never watched it. The Japanese one? Yeah, I've never seen it. That's Ringu. Yeah, I don't. I have no real connection to the American Ring. It's fine, I guess.
Silence of the Lambs.
No, I love Silence of the Lambs also.
Arachnophobia.
It was fun. I don't really remember. I saw it when it first came out. It was very fun. I'm not like revisited or anything.
Misery.
Misery's great. I think I like Misery more now than I actually did at the time.
Kronos.
I don't really know.
Guillermo del Toro.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I've seen it.
Dead Alive, one of my favorite.
I love Dead Alive. Yeah.
Tremors.
Tremors is fun.
Blair Witch Project. You don't have to like it.
Yeah, it's fine.
The Sixth Sense.
I like it. I'm none of these are like Silence of the Lambs. Probably one of my favorites.
Audition. That's
It's
great.
a
I
good
just saw that.
Mhm.
Scream 2 and Scream 1.
They're fine.
Candyman.
Candyman's good. I like it.
Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
I think it's the most underrated of the sequels.
I would agree with that. Bram Stoker's Dracula.
I'm not a fan.
Mute Witness. I did
don't know
not
what
see.
that is.
Poison.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know either. Debut for director Todd Haynes. Habit from our lovely Larry Fessenden. It's great.
I'm a big fan of Larry Fessenden. I don't think I've seen Habit. I haven't seen Habit yet.
Great.
I need to watch it.
You can easily get it on
Yeah.
the internet. I don't know this one, the Stendhal syndrome. I can't see if people are chatting over there.
Yeah, we've got
I think they're chatting about the things. So
Freeman Woodworth. It was a decent movie. Josh Hartnett played it in it. Clearly, Duvall and Jordana Brewster, the faculty.
Freeman's all about Dead Alive because it's
Yeah, it is
awesome.
amazing.
Who do we have on from Dead Alive? We
The
had
main
a couple
man.
people, and we also had
Just the main man.
it was Timothy.
Oh no, we had someone who did the effects.
Yeah,
Timothy Baum, the main man. He's been on twice. One of the early days.
friends
And
with
then,
the other guy, and
then he was a really cool guy. He did like effects, and then I think he didn't he do some with Hellraiser too.
He worked on so much stuff. He worked on Saving Private Ryan. Dang, why can't I remember this guy? I have to find out.
I kind of think we had him on for I think we had him on for Hellraiser month.
I thought we had him on the same time as we had this other guy. Maybe not the same show. That's incorrect. That's not the person.
I love Audition, Pepe Petit. That was good, John Reddy. I'm not sure what he was a reference of. Lover Beer's Audition, Fuck Me Up, a rarity. So did a Serbian film. I'm a big fan of Serbian film.
Serbian film is excellent.
I honestly think Serbian film is an underrated movie because a lot of people trash it, saying it's just about like these shocking scenes, and I think it's actually a really well directed movie, very well acted movie.
Mm-hmm. Is this him?
I don't think people give enough credit to it as a movie. Nothing like a good psychological thriller to fuck your head up.
Agree. I think this is his name.
I have a Fall Break stuck in my head. Fall Break.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. Jeez, when did Devil Alive come out here?
Probably early 90s because I remember renting it at the video store. Because I thought maybe it was actually 80s, so it's probably early 90s.
I'm definitely making mistakes, but the person is Cliff Wallace. The person I was thinking it was Cliff Wallace, but I don't know if they did Dead Alive. But they did do the Hellraiser stuff.
Okay. Stuart Conran? Is that someone?
Stuart.
Yeah, Stuart. FX
yeah.
artist Stuart Conran. He did stuff for Hellraiser, Dead Alive, Lair of the White Worm.
Yes. Thank you.
The Man Who Shot. Wow. He was also Saving Private Ryan.
That was him.
Shaun of the Dead and more.
Oh. It was two people I melded together.
Yeah. That's a cool show. It's him and Tom Wright.
Is it?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
That was a zombie month.
Oh. It
Tom
is a
Wright's
fine
great.
zombie movie. What else we got? All right. So we're rolling through the 90s. What we get? Screams, Candymans, Freddy, Dracula, this thing, that thing, that thing.
Pieces. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Pieces. That's 80s, though. But go on.
Beloved.
I'm not sure.
Oprah Winfrey's in it. That's interesting.
Let's get her on. Send her the link.
You never know. I'm sure she doesn't talk about it very often. Yeah, Dead Alive, I think you're right, Dave. It was 1991.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty early 90s, I'd say.
Jacob's Ladder. I would love to watch that again. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I remember not being into it, but I'd probably like it better now.
I remember my family didn't say yes to horror, but they would drop us off at the movies for things that we really shouldn't have been watching. Like me and 3 other kids, I think, all got dropped off and we watched Jacob's Ladder. Like, we were way too young. I don't even know if we were 10, maybe 10. I don't know, but I would like to revisit it. Gremlins 2.
This is one that all of a sudden people like love. Jittery John thinks it's better than Gremlins.
Wow. Oprah scares John. What? Takashi Mike movies. Mm-hmm. Funny Games. I never saw Funny Games.
I'm not a big fan, honestly.
I feel like it's something I should see. I know I hear about it.
Yeah, I won't spoil something, but there's it's in both movies. Something really, I'm not a fan. It takes me completely out of the movie.
Basket Case 2.
I mean, I love Basket Case movies. Basket Case, I'll be honest, Basket Case a lot better. But Basket Case 2 and 3 are fun.
John is into the Funny Games. Dave Deadman.
Yeah, Troy loves
blasphemy about Gremlins.
Yeah, it's definitely not better. That's like insanity, but it's good though. I guess it's kind of just, it's like a parody of Gremlins.
Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah.
People Under the Stairs.
People Under the Stairs. I like.
Body Snatchers.
All the versions are good. That's probably the least of them, but it's fine.
Stir of Echoes.
I mean, I remember it, but I don't.
Army of Darkness.
Army of Darkness, I like it.
Lost Highway.
I mean, I liked it when I watched it. I can't.
Night of the Living Dead remake.
I think that's one of the better remakes that doesn't get mentioned a lot when people talk about good remakes.
Stephen King's It. I love In the Mouth of Madness, Dave.
I love it.
I have not seen Gremlins Secret of the Mogwai animated series that I recall. The Frighteners.
Yeah, it's one that people really, again, like hold in high esteem. I think it's fun, but I don't really think it's like this great movie.
Body Bags. That's great.
That's like a fun movie. I'm a fan of anthologies.
Fun. They're really fun. The one with the guy whose hair just keeps growing. They're very silly. I think there's one serious one. Sometimes they come back. What do you think, Neal?
Sometimes they come back.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. I remember that movie. It's a King movie. It's not that great.
Mimic
is fine.
Nadja approaches the Dracula legend from an idiosyncratic.
I think a lot of them. There was some high. I'll just say a lot of the '90s Kings not good, but there was some great ones there, Misery and stuff. So there were, but there was also a lot of mediocre King stuff in the '90s.
Interview with the Vampire.
I'm a big fan. I think that one actually gets a lot of hate now because it's kind of the start of the romantic vampire. But I think it's a great movie.
You mean like the pretty vampire?
Yeah. The pretty vampire, not so romantic. The books are I haven't read them all, but the first 2 are great. I haven't watched a series either. I heard good things about the series.
Yeah.
Some people are pissed about like certain things, but
yeah. Devil's Advocate. I just thought about this movie earlier today.
I remember it, but I don't remember much about it.
Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Al Pacino, not a big fan of Keanu Reeves. I remember the movie. I don't really remember much about it, though.
Wolf with Jack Nicholson and Michelle
Wolf's pretty good, yeah.
Pfeiffer, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
From Dusk Till Dawn.
I like it.
Cube.
Cube, I don't know. Yeah, we said Candyman, Dave. Pumpkinhead, though, I'm a huge fan of Pumpkinhead. What's one of my
Cannibal the Musical.
I love Cannibal the Musical.
Raising Cain. Oh, I remember that.
That's a good. I haven't seen that in years, but I really liked it at the time.
Maniac Cop 2.
That's great.
Cemetery Man.
I remember that being really. That was like a popular amongst like underground horror fans for a while. I remember. I don't remember too well, but I remember being good.
Colobos. I ain't saying nothing 5 times, John. The Dark Half.
Into the Mirror.
No, The Dark Half.
I remember liking it at the time. I remember like a lot of people didn't like it. I've read the book recently, so I'd like to rewatch the movie.
I read it, and I loved it. Lord of Illusions.
That's
Scott Bakula.
I don't know if I've seen it. I've probably seen it.
Really? That's something I actually saw at the drive-in.
I probably rented it, but I don't really remember it.
It was a double feature of Lord of Illusions and Waterworld.
I'm a fan of Waterworld. I think that's a movie that was like hated at the time. I thought it was good. And it's got Oldie Olsen in it.
Whom?
Oldie Olsen from the early days of Conan O'Brien when he was like just a fledgling. He didn't have a following yet. Most people hated him. I was a big fan. I love early Conan. It's super weird. And Oldie Olsen was one of the recurring guests on the show. This real old man.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in Waterworld. He's the old guy at the bottom of the ship who's got to like clean up the oil or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he drops like some kind of fire down. So he's going to blow up. And he just looks up and goes, "Thank you," or something. Thank
Carl Oldie.
Carl Oldie Olsen.
Yeah, I recognized him when I looked him up.
Yeah, Oldie Olsen. He's great.
Tales from the Hood.
Well, it's funny enough. When we were looking up, Tom Wright was on the show for Zombie Month because, well, he played 2 zombies, but he was also in Tales from the Hood. But he was also in Creep Show 2. Thanks for the ride, lady.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. The Craft. Now you've seen The Craft.
Oh yeah, no, that's a movie I like a lot better now. Yeah, I remember not being into it at all.
Here it is for people who have said it. In the Mouth of Madness.
I love In the Mouth of Madness.
I love it too.
Do you read Cutters? What is it? Sutter Kane?
Sutter Kane. Yeah. Exorcist 3.
See, this is a movie that I really like, but I would actually say I hate to say it's overrated or gets too much love, but when people start telling me it's like superior to The Exorcist, it isn't. It's good. No, it's enjoyable.
I think that.
But it's not even close to the original, to Exorcist.
We got
Robin out there. She's a person who tells me this, and she's just wrong. But was it Frankenhooker?
It's one person, dude.
No, it's not one person. Believe me, this is a thing. If you look on Facebook, this is a thing that a lot of people will try to tell you.
A lot of ridiculous people. Not to insult Robin because she seems very nice, but come on now.
Yeah, Joe Riley. A lot of people.
Mental capacity. If
I agree. It's not a better movie.
I have not seen.
What was this last one you just said? I've not seen it either.
Frankenhooker.
I'm a fan. I like Frankenhooker. I'm not gonna say it's like a favorite movie or something, but I like it.
It's fun. Yeah. The Faculty, which came up earlier.
Yeah. Sure, it's
Death
good.
Becomes Her. I saw
Oh,
that
that's a fun
in the
movie.
theater. Yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
Return of the Living Dead 3.
I like it. It's weird. I remember when we started the show, it had a really big following. I don't really hear that many people talk about it anymore, but
They've moved on.
yeah, that was a movie because it had the sexy
Yeah, I had a hot,
the sexy zombie.
sharp zombie.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
cutting herself. It's like the cutter zombie.
Mhm. Snow White: A Tale of Terror.
I don't think I might.
Sigourney
I have no
Weaver's in
memory of
it.
it. Who?
Sam Neill is in it.
Oh wow, it's got a
Sigourney
good
Weaver and Sam
cast.
Neill. I don't think I've ever seen it. I should check that out. Halloween H2O.
I like that. That's a movie. I think it's one of the better sequels.
Apt
I like it.
Pupil. I think I liked that movie.
It's fine, but boy, is it it's a really lousy adaptation. The book is great.
Maybe
The movie's fine. The movie's fine. But
That's what it was. I liked the story.
yeah, story's amazing.
Ooh, this looks cool. Oh wow, the cover itself. So I'll just send you the cover. I have not seen this. Probably many people out there in the horror lands have. So I apologize for my ignorance. But the cover is cool. I don't recognize it from my video store years.
Yeah, this is one
Mario
I definitely
Argento and George Romero adapt Edgar Allan Poe's what does it say? The Facts
Dewey
About
Willow.
Mr. Waldman and the Black Cat. And oh man, it just took me off the page I was on.
I remember renting this, but I don't really remember the movie.
Has Harvey Keitel, Adrian Barbeau, Rami Zada, and Bingo O'Malley. That's a pretty wild name. Two Evil Eyes. I haven't seen it, so I cannot criticize it. I have seen Ravenous, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like Ravenous, about cannibals.
This cannot count. Whoever put this in this list is a dink. Makes me think about freaking movie that we can't mention that Coolidge played at the festival. Like, what are you doing sneaking that in? No. Well, you know what they stuck into this list? Casper.
Casper, the friendly ghost, the friendliest ghost around. Yeah, that's lame. It's a very, very scary though.
Nightbreed.
Nightbreed. I'm not a big fan of this.
That's all right. Tremors 2.
I remember I like the Tremors movies. I'm not gonna say like I'm fucking loving them or something, but I like them.
You're not like collector.
Yeah.
Tales from the Dark Side, the movie.
That's really good. One of the better mummies.
Oh yeah, amazing mummy. Really scary. That's yeah. I say I love Tales from the Dark Side, but I think the Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, really elevated the horror.
Yeah.
In many ways, because the Tales from the Dark Side were better than. I love the Monsters show as well. They were around at the same time. It was just a show called Monsters.
Mm-hmm.
So Tales from the Dark Side was definitely scary. The Monsters, and I think the movie Tales from the Dark Side is scary. But I guess it's a movie and not made for TV, so it's not a thing. Bride of Chucky. Two Evil Eyes on Tubi. Sweet.
It's funny. I actually always really thought Bride of Chucky was great, and then we watched it at the marathon. I was like, man, that's pretty rotten.
I know what you. Now we're getting into the ones that we stereotype the '90s with. Yeah. I know what you did last summer.
Yes, these are what I was thinking too, like the franchise ones. And I no offense to anyone who likes these movies, but I didn't think like these movies had like a fan base, and always wondered why there were several. And then lately I see like people like really talking highly of them and like rating their favorites in a row, and I'm like, you remember like which one's which? But I don't know.
Species.
I remember liking the first Species. I mean, I'm not like holy shit, Species.
Body Parts.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
It's got Brad Dourif in it.
Well, that's probably good. Brad Dourif's always good.
A psychologist loses his arm in an accident and gets another one grafted from a serial killer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that. I think that's been like used a few times and stuff with like a eye from a serial killer and stuff. So. Wasn't Idle Hands kind of the same idea?
Perhaps. I remember Idle Hands. Idle Hands was kind of a comedy, though, wasn't it?
I don't know.
I don't know. Hellraiser 3.
The shits. That's when that's the one of the worst ones of the franchise.
It's so dumb. It's so bad.
They ruin the characters, and then they got the dumbest
Oh.
friggin' Cenobites in all of them. Even some of the later ones that aren't good, like the Cenobites, aren't this stupid.
I agree. Oh my god! I just like.
But again, that's one that some people love, Hellraiser 3. And I don't get it. I don't know. Because he's running around killing people or something.
No. The guy with the camera eyeball.
Yeah, all of them. I actually had him on the show. He's very nice. But
he might be very nice, but he didn't write it.
No, he didn't.
Oof. I wonder.
Yeah, Nick has got like discs in his head.
Yeah, I'll share some of them with you in the chat to remind people of what these characters are like. Oh my god.
So stupid.
Ugh. I want this one to actually have the disc coming out of his face. That would be the best. Oh, this is a great picture. I wonder what the actors thought of these monsters at that time. Like, were they like, oh yeah, that's an amazing idea? Or they're like, fuck, at least I'm getting paid.
And it's weird because when we've talked to Nicholas Vince and they talk about like when they're putting together the original Cenobites and like they're based on like real like either like fetish stuff or like real like it's mostly fetish stuff, people with like different piercings and body modifications. And it's like, oh yeah, the fetish of a guy sticking a friggin' camera in his eye. Like, no, it's so stupid. Or like laser disc in his head.
Are you sharing these with oh my god. There's a lot of comments going on from Mr. Reddy.
Okay.
Yeah, Body Parts is Carpenter. Man, that's so bad.
Why didn't they ever they should have made a CD player of this guy though. Like just his head and you could stick the disc in it.
I guess you could probably sculpt one. Maybe they could 3D print one.
Even that guy's face though. He's like, nah.
Because it's got a CD in there, man.
Nah, it's like such a goof.
Yes.
How can you go from Chatterer and Butterball and Deep Throat to this?
Well, I mean, Butterball is a little bit silly. A little bit.
Yeah, but he's not
because
like
of the glasses.
this.
But better than that by far. I wonder why they decided to give Butterball sunglasses.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird choice because of those original characters. That's the only one with like something a little bit.
Yeah. I wonder if it was just
world-ish.
I don't know if we asked him or not, but I was just wondering if it's a technical thing where they did have to make. Because no, I think he couldn't see either. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure neither of his
glasses off in the movie.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Butterball.
Pepe Petite. For some reason, I can't stop thinking of Ice Cream Man. Does he mean the movie, or is he just hoping, the guy comes around town with the ice cream truck? Gotta get me some Italian ice.
Oh, God. Some of these Butterball pictures are pretty... This poor dude.
Simon Bamford.
Simon. I wonder how he's doing. Poor Butterball. Well, yeah, Pepe, I'm pulling up some pictures of him right now without his glasses. He does take off his glasses in the movie. I think in the first one. Ice Cream Man, the movie. I'm unfamiliar with that movie. I just sent you a couple butterballs.
Ice Cream Man, the movies with Opie Tail. What's the actor played Opie?
No.
Clint Howard. It's with Clint Howard.
Oh, you were talking about Ron Howard.
Yeah, it's wrong. I was gonna say Ron Howard.
Oh my god. I love
Clint Howard.
What's the name of his what's the movie he's in? It's like he's in a boys prep school, and he finds like, I don't remember, like a demonic computer.
There is some humor to the idea that his eyes are sewn shut and then he's got sunglasses on.
That's true.
I like
but that's the thing, it's humor, and the other ones don't have humor.
Right. Well, you have one thing with just a touch of weird comedy in it. So
yeah.
What is it?
Not Evil Speak.
The Wraith, I think. Where it's got the motorcycle guy with the helmet.
No,
it's pretty rocking, and he's got the big crazy hair.
No. Let me. Whoa. Have you seen him lately?
Yeah, he rules.
Dang, man. It is Evil Speak. Evil Speak was great. There's no way you haven't seen it.
I probably have, but if you've never seen The Wraith, you have to see The Wraith. Let me show you a picture. If I show you a picture of Clint Howard from The Wraith, you're gonna go see the movie. All right, give me 1 second, and you're gonna be like, "This is a must-see movie now. I must go see The Wraith." Maybe it'll play midnight movies. It's probably on Tubi or something. But look.
Oh my God! What?
The movie's awesome.
It looks like a David Lynch character. He's out of Eraserhead.
That's so great.
Why does he look that way? Is he supposed to be cool or what?
Well, he's no.
Okay.
The Wraith.
He's not supposed to be cool.
In a small town in Arizona, a mysterious man spirit descends and manifests in a. Oh, am I off?
What? I hear you right now.
Can you see me?
I do see you.
In a small town in Arizona, a mysterious man spirit descends from the sky and manifests in a sports car and targets a local violent road racing gang of motorheads, headed by a ruthless bully who'll do anything to get what he wants.
Is that him?
Starring Charlie Sheen.
Who's the bully?
No, he's part of like the gang. Well, no, he's part. I think he's part of the gang.
Wow,
Clint Howard.
I'm scared. Child's Play 2?
Child's Play 2. I don't remember liking it too great. I like the original one.
Popcorn.
This one that's a really beloved movie that's got John Goodman, right?
I'm not seeing.
It's kind of like a not really William Castle, but like sort of him. See, look, this is the gang. You'd be afraid of this gang. These are some badass punks. The Wraith. It's awesome.
Demon Knight.
Demon Knight's good. I like Demon Knight. That was one I think I liked it better when we saw it recently. We saw it a few years ago. They played at one of the marathons.
Oh, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I've never been into Buffy, the movies or the show.
Disturbing Behavior.
That sounds familiar, but I'm
got teenagers in it.
Oh no, Popcorn's a different movie. I'm thinking of Matinee.
Matinee, yeah. Not Terror Tunes, Evil Tunes. Interesting. Has David Carradine, Dick Miller in it. Interesting.
Is that might be a full moon movie?
I don't know. Needful Things.
Again, it's not a. It's I would see that this is one of the mediocre King adaptations. It's fine, but the book is way better.
The remake House on Haunted Hill with Jeffrey Rush.
I remember it happening, but I don't really remember anything about it.
Children of the Corn 2.
That's a franchise. Nothing against people from Children of the Corn, but that is a franchise I do not understand why there's like 20 of them. Are there people demanding like we need more Children of the Corn?
I would like a good Children of the Corn.
I like the first one fine.
First one's great.
Yeah.
I mean, like there could be another one.
Oh, but there's been like so many sequels I don't really understand, and there's been like 2 or 3 remakes.
Pepe Petit brings up the guy drinking brake fluid and getting high on carburetor cleaner.
See, you've got to see the Wraith now. It's awesome.
When I was in high school, I think senior year, a friend who was like a year older than me told a story about going to a place to get, like, we were in a not very lame middle, it was kind of a few different like income levels in that area. It was a regional school, and he went to some party to like do whatever, and he was terrified because he ended up being in this like basically abandoned house where I didn't know you could play gifts on here.
Opens a whole new world. Go on, I'm sorry.
He went into this place and there was just people sitting on the floor in this abandoned house in a circle, huffing gas out of a gasoline. Like,
jeez, yeah.
Bang. Yeah, so he didn't go back. He was a nice boy. He's actually the guy we went to Grand Guignol.
Oh, okay. I know
that
exactly
guy.
what you mean. All right.
Sleepwalkers.
Oh, that movie fucking sucks. That's what whenever I see people actually, that's a movie I see every once in a while. Someone will not, I'm not saying a lot of people, every once in a while people bring up as some great movie. That sucks. They kill a guy with an ear of corn. So friggin' stupid.
But it did introduce me to the movie Sleepwalk by it's 2 people, Johnny Santo and I think it's a brother, and it's a beautiful song. And I learned that from that movie. Maybe it's
Lover of Beers. Is there a link to the old message boards, or did the interwebs eat it? Yeah, it's not. It's the website that hosted all that. I forget the name of it. Something boards. But anyway, it's completely gone. So it's all gone. There's no way to get to it anymore. Those not exist.
Santo and Johnny Sleepwalk. That's too bad about the boards. It is nice when you can go back in time and kind of recall.
Yeah, remember Kelly
days of
Maroney was
yore.
on there. Actually, there's some of our guests were on there and stuff. It was cool.
How about Leprechaun?
Leprechaun is shit. That movie completely sucks. Every year, people pretend Leprechaun's this classic horror movie because it's the only horror movie that takes place during St. Patrick's Day, and they're like, "Oh, Leprechaun's a classic," and then I was like, "That movie sucks." Like, not the original. The original, no, the original's horrible. It's an awful, awful movie. It's not good at all. It's a terrible movie. Poor Warwick Davis. Look, he looks cool as the Leprechaun. I like Warwick Davis, but he's trapped in a horrible film and a terrible franchise.
Pepe!
I'm gonna use your hatchets on you. Ha ha!
I like that. I like that for this show. I like that sound too.
I know. I just noticed they do that.
That's great. Don't break your stuff, dude. Urban legend.
I don't know. I remember it, but
Not a fan. Wishmaster. Wow. The Good Son.
Is that with Macaulay Culkin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember liking it, but I don't know.
Evil. Kind of like The Orphan. The Evil Child. The Guardian. Directed by William Friedkin.
I would like to check that out. I don't think I've seen it, and I like William Friedkin.
Dave's little quotable there is pretty sweet.
I remember enjoying Leprechaun as a kid, rewatching recently. What a pile of shit. Yes. I remember seeing it. I saw it at the theater and I was like, oh
Wow.
my God, this movie's horrendous.
But some people love it. And that is okay.
Normally I would agree, but in this one, no.
Lover of Beers
go
seems
get checked
like
out.
Leprechaun. Poor Lover of Beers.
It's not okay to
Over
like
there, you're putting him into shame space.
Shame.
Hellraiser Bloodline. I like
That's
it.
the fourth one. That one I think is actually better than people think it is.
I agree. Totally. I quite enjoy it. My jelly beans killing me. The Rage Carrie 2.
It's probably not good, but I can't honestly say I remember anything about it.
Dr. Giggles.
I'm a fan of Dr. Giggles.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was going to have the director on, and he was like this. So I talked to him and added him on Facebook, and he's going to do it, but he's like, I don't want to get political here, but he was like this really crazy right-wing dude, so it didn't happen.
Well,
I mean, like really like bonkers, like stuff.
Oh, very extreme.
Yeah.
Stigmata with Patricia Arquette.
And
Jonathan Pryce.
I don't really have any memory of it.
Freddy's Dead, Final Nightmare.
That's an awful film. Just an absolute awful film. That's the only bad, besides the remake, the only bad. Fifth one's not very good either, but it's the only real rotten A Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Dream Child's not too good either.
I'm thinking of Dream Warriors.
Dream Warriors very good.
Dream Warriors. That's a great song.
Mm-hmm.
Candyman, Farewell to the Flesh.
I'd have to revisit it. I remember the sequels not being very good, except for I think the newest one's good, but I remember the sequels not being that great. But it's been a long time, so I don't know.
Child's Play 3.
That's another one that is that the one where or is that two? The one that takes place at like a military school or something. That's the one that has like this big following that people think is great, and I always thought it was pretty lousy.
Mikey.
I don't know what that is.
Has a hammer, a slingshot, a bow, and something else. Has Ashley Lawrence in it.
I don't remember it.
The Haunting remake with Liam Neeson and Catherine Zeta-Jones. It's like an all-star cast, really.
Yeah, it's before he became a big action star. I have a very peculiar set of skills. Then he just started making all these movies where people get kidnapped and he has to go kill everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 60. Well, good for him, though. Good for him. I like him. I can't say I ever go see him his movies, honestly, but he makes a lot of them.
He does. I do not like The Haunting. I like the original The Haunting. It's amazing. And this is not it. It was very disappointing. Thinner.
Awful adaptation of a great book. Boy, all the Bachman books get kind of a shit deal. In the movie version, I think about it.
The Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
The Return of the
Yeah.
that's not the one with Renee Zellweger, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, that's an awful film.
Jack Frost.
I'm a huge fan of Jack Frost. Jack Frost is the greatest 90s horror franchise.
Wow.
I'm sure it isn't, but I'm going to say it is at the moment.
Jason Goes to Hell.
I'm going to stand by Jason Goes to Hell. This is one I saw as a kid. I mentioned this a bazillion times. Go to see it. I remember the whole day. My friend Joey's older brother Robert gives us a ride to the theater over in Wareham. On the way, we stopped for gas. He pays for gas with an unrolled bowl of pennies, and the guy just looks at him and just like tells us to like,
get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. And so we go there. He drops us off. Just Robert doesn't go to the movies. I don't know what he did. Joey and I went and we go sit down. It's literally the two of us and one other guy. And he, the guy doing the autopsy on Jason bites into the black heart of Jason. For what reason, I have no idea. But he decides to bite into the man's heart. And we burst into laughter. And that guy, like, so pissed, like, and he was tensely pissed the whole movie because we just kept laughing. And as soon as it was over, he got up and just stormed out of the place. I think we ruined the movie for him. So I remember thinking this was one of the dumbest movies I've ever seen in my life. Then I rewatched it because we had the great Adam Marcus who directed the film on the show. And so I'm like, I got to watch this for the interview. And in rewatching in modern day, I love it. Do I think it's a great movie? No. But it's very, very entertaining because it's completely batshit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Jason's a worm that goes into people. It's got the crate. It's got the Necronomicon and the dagger, and I guess Jason's the Deadite. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's nuts. And the Jason like guy that's like tracking him down. He's a great character. It's insane. I'm not going to argue that it's good, but I love it.
Last one on this list of 100. Idle Hands.
I brought that up earlier. Idle Hands.
Mm-hmm.
What's it? Number 100?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't go in reverse order. Jason Goes to Hell's the number 2 of the 90s, and Idle Hands
it's in 99, and they're ranked by Rotten Tomatoes score.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I don't. I remember the name Idle Hands, but I don't really remember what it's about.
When slacker teen Anton Tobias has his right hand possessed by a demonic force, he finds that his ... It's too hard to follow. It's not hard to follow the ... but it's a pain in the ass. So
yeah,
if that doesn't tell you,
it sounds pretty
You ain't
stupid. I'll just say it's stupid. It's no Jason Goes to Hell.
So on that list, you liked well over half of those 90s movies.
Yeah, but
are
this is the
90s
100
movies
best.
as bad as you think? Or
I
thought?
mean, there's a lot of bad ones, and are almost none of them in my these are going to be in my top 10 favorite movies.
But are they as bad? Having revisited,
They're not
all
even
these
so much
titles.
that they're bad. It's like a lot of them are just movies I don't ever think about.
Mhm.
And some people, some of the ones I was thinking about weren't even on there. Maybe they're 2000 movies, like Final Destination movies. Because that's another one I see people will number their favorites. I'm like, who the hell thinks of Final Destination?
Seth. But I think it's people in that age group mostly. That wasn't our time. We were already past that. It came out in the year 2000.
I will say, probably early 2000 movies are worse because they're all supermodel-y. I remember that Friday the 13th remake. I remember not hating it when it came out. Then we saw it outside, and I was like, man, this is just very glossy. Everyone's like a supermodel.
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing that list today because there's another.
No, oh no, I didn't say like Creighton Duke.
Whoa,
That's the man who hunts Jason, and Jason goes to hell.
that's a sweet name.
Yeah, he rules. Creighton Duke.
Yeah, Sleepaway Camp, the 80s. And I am right there with you, Lover of Beers. The original haunting art.
Creighton Duke. I'm gonna find a good picture.
You know, I feel like this list also kind of tells me that the 2000s were not as bad as I think.
Oh, I'm
My
sure
first
that
gut
is always
response,
gonna. That's
but
like if I
there's a
say
lot of-
like 70s movies, then you could be like, well, look at this piece of shit that was made in the 70s.
Yeah, but I feel like for me, it was very similar to you, where I kind of broad brush like a decade as being like shit, but there's a lot of movies that are pretty good. So maybe there are shit movies, but not all. It's not a total loss.
Right. It's not like they're all Leprechaun.
Lover of Beers, least favorite sequels there.
Look, Creighton Duke. This guy rules. He's just like the coolest man in the world. Like, I'm fucking hunting Jason. Never popped up in any other movie, but now he's like the lifetime Jason hunter.
There's a criticism here for you.
Neal is too woke for the 90s. That I definitely know that's Jason. Because Jason's Mr. Anti-woke. He's like, you got to make more gay jokes. You got to be more hate everybody. That's definitely Jason.
Damn. He does not say such a thing. One of his best friends is gay.
I know.
Wow, that would be that would not be cool at all. He can't be serious.
No, but he that's definitely him though. That's definitely something he would say. Neal is too. We did that one. My least favorite sequels were Toolbox Murders 2 and Texas Chains. Oh my god, 3D. I hate to say it because I really like. We were friends with the person in, but it's a really rotten film. I have fond memories of. They weren't really fond at the time, but looking back, they're fond memories of when we reviewed. We went to see Texas Chainsaw 3D, and they wouldn't let me. Now I don't drink, but at the time they wouldn't let me order alcohol because they said I wasn't old enough. With ID, I had ID.
They weren't even going to let us in the place.
Yeah, and Anne was like, "He's got gray in his beard." I was like 40 years old.
It was such bullshit. They were definitely just trying to keep us out because there's no way no one would think Neal's not old enough. No, it was crazy. I remember being so concerned about our friend's involvement that I like asked you to please make a what do you call it? A disclaimer,
right,
about how much we love them, and maybe forgive us for our review.
Yeah, and then I also have memories because we talked about Jason would love the stuff we talked about in that episode about eating fried babies and stuff.
Children. Was it about babies specifically or children? And that little kid, like,
yeah, which we didn't even notice till after I was editing the video. It's pretty rocking.
It's pretty awesome, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, go Jason. You can go watch that one and love it. I will not sign up for name. I was. You might have been illegal.
What is that in reference to?
Oh, going into the bar.
Oh Jesus! He had ID.
Yeah, it was
a
just
non-driver's permit license.
You have to have an ID, like
an ID.
another totally different ID to drinks. Like, what the hell? You have to buy like 100, like an ID for everything you want to do.
No, that's.
I was furious watching 3D in the theaters. Yeah, it was fucking rotten.
Mm-hmm. It's very late.
All the
I'm
things
up
I
very
say on the
late.
show are alleged. So if you have a problem with whatever, whatever.
Yeah,
But
not like it's
I almost,
recorded.
if I yell at you, but like in movies, it is all tongue in cheek.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we'll be back next week. It's going to be a loaded show, the 13 of the year. So it'll be me, Troy, Annabelle, Alok, Joe Nidabla, Diablo Joe, Justin Bernard Head, and Todd via satellite. And we're going to review our 13. It'll be crazy because there'll be a lot of different opinions. It'll be fun. Come and join the chat, and you can yell at us or agree with us. It'll be fun. And then afterwards, we'll get people. Hey, you forgot Leprechaun, 15 or whatever, and say, why the hell did you have that piece of shit on your list, you dumbass? Whatever. It'll be fun, and it'll be a good time.
Yeah. So great to have you all here in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. It's been a great time. It's been a great time. Great guest.
Yeah,
dude.
Buddy Cooper, it was very fun to talk to him. He seemed to have a really good time. And
yeah. Yes.
Unfortunately, him and Joe Castro.
I know. That's really
I feel bad. Yeah.
It is. It's kind of. It's too bad. It's too bad.
Yeah.
It's too bad. But he didn't know we were friends. I wish he did, so he just didn't say anything.
Yeah.
But
I like this too. Pepe says, I love that Neal loves his hatchets. I do.
Yeah. They're awesome. They're perfect for Neal.
I guess that's how I chop up carrots.
That's how in Dead Alive 2, the uncle who's horrible, but then he starts chopping the bodies, and that's what he does. It's amazing. That movie's so great.
Yeah,
I just want to watch it again because it's just got it all. It's scary at times, super funny, has claymation, has like a martial arts priest.
Yeah, I tried to get the priest on before. I've never had any luck. Maybe I'll try again.
God.
Kicking ass for the Lord.
What?
Kicking ass for the Lord.
Oh, thought you said chicken ass. Chicken ass reward. What?
Buenos noches, folks. That's not Jason. He wouldn't know how to speak on the
That's
language.
his lover of beers.
Oh.
You're getting all confused, Neal.
All right. Lover of beers. Yeah, he would know. Jason would know. Buenos noches, folks. All right. Glad you came back. It was cool to have a lot of fun folks here, new and old, all together. And like I said, we'll be back next week. Beyond the Green Mask reference.
For Buenos noches.
Buenos noches. What was that?
Guten Nacht. If you're going to learn some German there, buddy.
Deichtenheiden. So we'll be back next week. This is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this was Without
Your Head.
Whoa!